Yo, yo, yo. Good morning, Ace, Brady, Teresa, Eric, David, Ruff, Mighty One. Good morning, morning. So I haven't shared the link yet. I think I'm just going to start starting these earlier and then not really talking as much in the very beginning. I'm just going to make my watch list. And then as the market starts, I'll start to share the link out. So if you join in here residually, you can catch the pre-market as much as you want. But I'm going to make my watch list, so I'm going to not be as talkative. And then last one for the sectors, because we don't really care about the rest. Alright, now we'll go back to SPY. BB Bot just posted their watch list as well. Amazon Snow, Cost Crowd, D-Dog. I also posted some different support and resistances for SPY futures. Jesse McDonald. Damn, Shane starting it off early, I just saw. Alright, 1 second. Okay, so here's the news for the day. What is this? 1, 2, 3. Broke. Just to give some context, I should start doing that more. Above, see, this one's a tough one, because essentially it's bullish as long as it's holding this, or can break over 440. I really don't even see this pre-market high as a breakout today. This is just part of news. But 440, that's a level. That's a level that we've maintained under. So I'm going to say above 440. I mean, what's the actual level here? 440.10. We'll say 25. Stop loss. What's the bottom of this green candle? We'll say about 439. 90. Target. 440.50. 441. People aren't going to like the targets today, but it's just the reality. 441.75. Let me also type that. $435.50, $434.50. Alright, so there's SPY. Just for, again, updated information on this. Basically, all we've seen, and again, I'm kind of really focused on this right here. Blank. We're focused on this fib, again, from the reversal point to the high of this move. We're focused on the golden pocket and the halfway point. So essentially, this is our control point. Again, guys, as long as we hold this, you should be short-term bullish back up to either fill this gap, reach the recent high. We'll see if we have strength at that point to make it higher than that. But overall, this is the point of control. Whoever holds this holds control of this chart on the bigger time frame. So just keep that in mind. It's just simple information. Again, if you want to reiterate the fact that there's a gap here, awesome. If you want to just ignore that and completely reiterate the fact there's a more important, more recent gap here, be my guest. You know, now you know what to look for. Now you know what we've rejected. You know at what time it rejected because of what news. You know, there's a lot going on this morning. All we've done is just kind of get nothing. Pretty much all this price action means nothing because it's just waiting for the news to come out in the morning. The news hits, they react, they hit supply, they reject. They don't hit demand yet, so they're kind of stuck in between. They're putting us in a really, really hard spot right before the market opens. So, but let's continue moving on. Let me go back to this chart, and then we will continue making the list. So I'll let you guys know what I see that makes me like it the most, but a lot of the time I like to at least have either AMD or NVIDIA on the list, one of those, because who doesn't like trading a semiconductor? Plus, they move a shit ton. I try to get at least one more tech stock, so if I can get like Apple or Microsoft, that'd be cool, but if not, whatever. And then I try to at least get one of discretionary, so Amazon or Tesla, and I try to get at least one of the comms, because these move really well. A lot of the time it's going to be Meta or Netflix, but I like to leave Google in there as well, because they are also a comms king. So that's kind of my thinking. Another thing too, something that really gets my teeth going, or whatever this saying is. I'm really retarded right now. But something gets me excited is seeing like a tight pre-market and not seeing a pop. Or if you do see a pop, you want to see tight price action after that. Kind of like this. It was tight, there was nothing here, and then it popped. Now it's tight again. So this is kind of what you want to see, but not really. And then also you want it to be in relation to levels that you already have. So if you see that it's up against the previous day highs, I mean, this is easy as day. This is easy as seeing the day has the sun out. You know, it's mark this, mark the open, mark the high. It breaks this, it's a bullish breakout. This is bullish control. If they can continue pushing, hold over that, get out. This is supply of previous day, right? Vice versa. If we can get a good push under pre-market low, previous day lows, that's an open range breakout. Everything else in between needs to be traded as it's a range trade. So if it's stuck in between, here I'll mark it. If it's stuck in between, whoops, no rectangle, there we go. Stuck in between here and here, then you need to be trading this as the range, right? And if you treat it like that until it does break range. There's no other way to treat it. But yeah, so we're gonna go off that today. I don't think I'm actually gonna mark the chart like that. I was just trying to give you guys an example. I don't actually think I like this as my breakout level. That's just too far. It's just the previous day high. It's not actually an important level in terms of, oh, this is the yesterday's open. They have control of that. So it's not really that I need to see a breakout above this level. It's that I need to see a hold of this area just in general. It has nothing to do with breaking out above the previous day high. I just need to see them hold this area. So they can get into this area, hold, kind of like they tried to here. You see they failed directly after, made a lower high, push through. If they can do this, but vice versa for bulls, then that'll look really good. If they continue to reject like this is already looking good for a dump right out the gate. So we'll see. Yeah. All right, let's finish this list. I keep talking after I just said I wasn't going to talk a bunch. So I need to get this sent out. All right, we're going to do AMD. Previous day close, pre-market low, previous day open, previous day low. Stop loss 2. We'll say 114.35. It's kind of hard for me to ignore a psychological level, so I'm going to still type 116. Oh, no, we won't. There's another level right there. We're good. 117.25. All right, we'll leave it at that. Below, all right, what level do they need to take out to really get this chart scared? We could also add a hold of below 112.95. Stop loss at 113. Where's like the meat of this reversal here? 113.10. We'll give it a little more room. I just realized how close that is. Because really it's 113.40. It needs to be the stop loss, but 45 cents might be way too much. So we're going to go a little bit in between. We're going to say 113.20. Target 112. It's the very next level. Is there anything else here I haven't seen? 111.75 looks decent. We could say 111.60s. I'm going to go ahead to the next area. 111.30. 110.60. And then we will finish it off with 110. Just in case they completely dump it more. Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft actually looks really good, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of like it for a potential resistance there, and then you got remove that junk. Damn, yeah, Microsoft does look really, really good. You could play that under 339.50s or over 343s. Everything stuck in between here is a no trade range. I like that chart a lot, though. And again, I like it because of what I said earlier. It's got consolidation, it popped, but it's around good levels. That's what you want to see. All right, let's try to get Tesla on here. See, I'm not writing down like a huge plan for that one. Just writing down some notes just to get it there. I really want to do Meta. Meta looks so good for a move. I guess we'll extend this over. It hasn't invalidated it. Damn, hold up. See, there's a lot of these same setups popping up. See how I was saying like a hold, or yeah, a hold of 277s. That was a really good area. Same thing for AMD, same thing for SPY. You can see it here for Meta. Previous day closes right here. Prices jumped, they pulled back, they broke under, they broke back above. So previous day close seems to be the pivot point here for Meta, as well as a few others. A hold of PDL plus PDC can be seen as bullish. Watching above 292.40s, 295s, below 291.30s, and 288.60s. Alright, so there's your watch list for the morning. Sorry I typed a little too much. But there you guys go. Now I'm going to go share the link out. Thank you guys for paying attention. If you guys joined in here residually and were paying attention to the pre-market part of this. Damn, there's over 50 people in here and I didn't even share a link yet. I'm proud of y'all. Good job, guys. Oh, wait. Whoops, I gotta send the list out. What the hell am I doing? Y'all gotta get on to me more. Alright, here we go. And then today's stream. Copy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to do that more. Start the stream early, not talk as much in the beginning, just kind of focus on making my pre-morning watch list. Because you guys can see I talked way too much and I almost got us to open. If I just shut up, focus, and look at what's in front of me, I'll be fine. Damn, my video got a nice pump. They're back to square one. That one has a pretty big decider at the open, it looks like. Mark that. Mark that. And we'll mark that. Looks like Nvidia's death level is 418.30. As long as they hold 421.80s and 420, they have a good chance of trying to continue higher. So if anybody was looking at AMD or Nvidia. Let's do a poll question. What should the level be? Good morning to everybody who tuned in. Shout out to Shane, already gifting somebody to start the stream off hot today. Make sure to thank him, Jesse McDonald. You were the winner of that. No, you're good, Dondu. If you're putting in the work, you don't have to apologize. You're good. I'm not a communist. You don't have to join these streams. You're good. Just happy to hear you're working hard and you're motivated. That's what I'm most happy about. Good morning, Daffy. Good morning, Sandollar. You're watching the Staples sector. Good looks. What's your favorite in the Staples sector? Top stocks in that sector are PG, Pepsi, shout out to Sinful, Costco, Coca-Cola. You got Philip Morris, Walmart. I was really hoping to see what's it called in here. There it is, Dollar Tree. It's not even a top stock. Nice. Okay, well, you got PG, Pepsi. You got Costco, Coca-Cola, Philip Morris, Walmart, a few others. I see Altria is in the top 10. Market opens in about a minute and a half. Give me a thumbs up or a sign of just anything, really, if you enjoyed part of the pre-market stream. Sorry if I was kind of just going in my own direction, but that's my thought process. I write down the news, I write down SPY, I look at everything, you know, indice-wise, and then I move on to my individuals and I focus on writing those out. Again, using the levels to combine themselves to give myself decent trading plans before the open has even happened. You know, and let's say the market open happens and, you know, 30 minutes go by, an hour goes by. Well, now I have more information. But I hope you guys appreciate some of the pre-market stuff. If you guys want more of that, please let me know. I would like to do more of those. Now, you know, not a lot of people show up to them when we did them, so I was just kind of taking a break from for a bit. But if you guys want them back again, please let me know. Again, a lot of the pre-market planning I do is, I mean, it's really all in the chart. Again, I send out the links to everybody. If you don't have the links, please ask where you can look for them. What was I gonna say? But you can use these chart links, whatever, or, you know, use our charting methods like we show you guys on YouTube and in the streams and all that good stuff. And you can also come up with these same exact levels as me and then use them to combine themselves, really, to give yourself good trade plans. You know, so if I see price starting here, well, then I'm going to be focused on the levels around it, here and here, you know, and vice versa. If it started here, if it started here, if it started here, it doesn't matter where it starts, you know. No matter where we start on price, there's always a place for it on the screen, on the chart, and there's levels around it to give yourself a plan for both upside and downside, not just one or the other. But yeah, let me know if you'd like to see more pre-market sessions. If not, whatever, then we could just keep doing our normal thing. But thank you guys for tuning into the stream. Please drop a like on the stream. We already went over all of the information on the smaller and bigger time frame for SPY. We covered a little bit of a watch list to kind of get a couple things going for us. We recharted the sectors because I haven't been doing that. This week was just weird, so I didn't bother. But as you guys can see, XLK right under supply, previous day high. Healthcare has broken under demand pretty nicely as well, under the previous day demand again. Banks pulled away from previous day high supply. They're in the middle of their range. A little more to the same scenario for discretionary, but they're more to the top side of their range, and vice versa for XLC. Again, in the range, but a little bit more to the downside of that range. So we'll see what a lot of these end up getting. A lot of different sectors, though, starting off in different spots. That was easy to tell. How's everyone doing this morning, though? What are you guys up to? What are you watching? What's the level you have on watch? What's anything? You know, anything you have on your mind? What are you looking at? Sorry, I had to grab my phone. Can't read this level. Oh, here it is, 426.30. Alright, that's all updated. I don't have to focus on it now. cool. Coca-Cola. Good morning, Jay. What's up, Deep? It's in the week strong. Love to hear it blink. Hey, Josh, is the golden pocket 50 to 6.8 or... No. Remember, the golden pocket is just that yellow line. The control point, the 50%. Those are two completely different fib points. It's 61.8 to 65. Here. I only have the 65 drawn because I don't feel like staring at two numbers. 0.50, that's one fib. 0.65, that's a completely another fib. Just so you know. Those are not the same thing. And it's not... It is a range. You should think of it as a range, but it's not the same level. Not the same thing. If that makes sense. Spy getting a nice push in the early morning. Sinful, member for 1 month. Nice. Good morning, Mel. Like the lower high in pre-market, AMD is under previous day close, looking good. Good call out by Brady. I love the information too. Because even if we get a reversal, well, you mentioned the levels above it, so now we know. Good job. Good job, David. No problem. Pushed into previous day supply, instantly rejecting on the next 5-minute candle. Just catching up on some of y'all's DMs. There's a lot of messages here. Some of y'all are goofy. $437.98. Let me see. Again, I've been sharing these links. It's not like this level just popped up here this morning. Like, this has been here the past few days. It was here on... I think it was even here on the Wednesday stream, when I streamed Wednesday. I didn't stream yesterday, but it was on yesterday's information when I was posting my charts. It's not like it just popped up anywhere, but let's see. Where did it come from? I'm only saying that because you asked on Friday. It's like the level's been there. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that. Let's see, where does that level come from? I was gonna say, I think it comes from a previous day because I haven't had to reset a lot of my levels. Where am I? I gotta like give myself more days on my chart. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure this was from when we got up to here. I marked a little bit more loose of a supply because it covered like all of this resistance here and then under that previous day close. So it really is kind of like a combination of this is why I have those two levels set. I just didn't have the zone marked anymore because I was trying to keep the chart clean. But that was from that day when we haven't even invalidated it still. We have not yet come down far enough to even touch that again and give it what it needs. Again, not just a break, but a break and a retest. So that's kind of what I see as like an early on invalidation point for bulls. But at the same time, if bulls end up holding this, it's a very good sign for them. So I was kind of just leaving that up from that. I think it was from like Tuesday or Wednesday of last week. Whenever we drew that level, though, we drew that together for a reason. And it was because it was an old area of supply that had not been invalidated completely yet. as you can see, or I'm sorry, demand that had not been completely invalidated yet. They broke out above it, and they've gotten a couple good retests. We even had that 3-day range above it, which is really, really, really good for bulls. But at the same time, bears have not yet broken this, rejected it yet, which they tried to yesterday. Again, I keep trying to like highlight over here. They tried to yesterday, but they failed. They even got down to the next level after breaking 438s, but again, failed. Got back above it, short-term retest, mid-term retest. They just kept going. They staircased the rest of the day, and they screwed shorts. Now, kind of like back to square one again. So, really big decider is happening here, is essentially what I'm telling you. But we drew that together because it was a weird level, and I just wanted to make sure everybody remembered, like, yo, we're not drawing a random level. We don't like to do this a lot. Because I hate doing that. I hate drawing inconsistent variables. But that's not. It's an old area that has not been rejected, or, I'm sorry, invalidated yet. Bigger time frame chart just shows a lower open holding support. We've gotten a buy reaction to the yesterday open, almost the yesterday close, but not much more past that. Oh, my bad. All the messages are going. Trimmed one on snow. Good job, Dondu. You're good, Evis. I just wanted to let you know that so you understand that that wasn't a traditional level. I don't want you to go around, you know, thinking like, oh, okay, he does this all the time. No. And I have to be very clear about that because, dear Lord, if I don't reiterate myself, somebody will continue to do that. And then they'll blame me later and say, you know what, this is what you taught. This is what you said. So I have to be very, very clear with that. That is not a normal traditional level we draw. Again, that is something we just drew together. AMD is showing strength on the 10-minute chart. We'd call it sand dollar. Gifting has started. AMD, let's go. Yeah, we'll go to the list now. So we have AMD, Tesla, Meta to check. Of course, SPY is always the most important. Checking these sectors is also most important. Which you can see, the only one that's broken out is banks. Yeah, everything else is just trying to hold support or they're rejecting and just range trading like tech. So keep that in mind. But let's go check that list though. AMD, Tesla, Meta. So AMD has held its ground. Again, it pushed down to the previous day close and it bounced off of it. What did we say? We said a hold of 113.40s is a good sign for bulls. What happened at 113.40s? They held. I actually just realized I didn't even grab the right level. Previous day close is actually right here, but whatever. It seemed to have worked out. Would have been more accurate. 6 cents. But again, what did they do there though? They pushed up, but they didn't really break anything, you know. So they're bullish control, but they still need to show continuation strength. All right, so you're just kind of mildly bullish on AMD. Microsoft sideways. Oh wait, we're not tracking everything. Tesla. What's Tesla doing? Tesla got a good push up here from the news. They came back down. They held 277. That's a good sign. That's great. They're trying to hold above previous day close, which is down here at 276.50s. Now what? They got to push. They're trying to build a higher low. What do they need? Just continuation confirmation. They just need to show, hey, we're definitely trying to move higher. But they already have shown early signs of potential continuations. Keep that in mind. Again, and this is what I'm talking about. This is why it blows my mind when people are like, I've been trading 40% entries. It's like, okay, but what was before that? They'll be like, what do you mean? I'll be like, tell me the story of the chart. What happened before the open range breakout? They have no clue. They have no idea what's going on. They have no, like, I'm speaking another language to them. And if that's you, then you need to quit taking real trades. You need to practice more. Meta, let's see here. So Meta is a little bit more weak. Now let's look at their counterparts first. So Google is actually holding pretty well. Netflix actually holding pretty well, even though they're still in supply. And let's look at their sector real quick. Rather weak sector. Okay, nothing crazy. They're holding above demand. So this one's definitely lagging compared to its counterparts of Google, Netflix, but not really in comparison of its sector overall. The sector overall is down, so it's not really lagging. I would say these are leading. But they've broken short-term support of previous day close, previous day low. If they can maintain under 291s, there's a very good chance they want to try to reach down here to 289s, 288.60s. If we see them retake this, push over today's open, push over 292.40s, there's a very good chance we have a little bit of room here for a potential pull, or a breakout. Sorry, not pull. I kept wanting to say pullback because I keep seeing this candle wick up and down. But let me know, does that make sense, guys? Seriously, like, answer back to me, please. Does that make sense to you? How you use the levels? You're using them together. This confuses me every time when we go over this in chat and someone hits me back and they'll show me a level that I've never gone over. It's like, what are you doing? Where are you getting this from? So just make sure you understand the routine, the levels, the consistent routine. Again, you're never drawing random ass levels. TA routine, BB system. That's all you got. But do you guys understand how you're using those levels together to give you these plans, to give you these more higher probability game plans, because you're combining levels that actually make sense? I ask this, some people will ignore, and then next week they'll be asking me the same damn question. Yo, man, how do you read the levels so well? Or how do you plan? Or how do you make a list around these? It's like, dude, please pay attention more. You guys would be surprised too. And if you aren't messaging me like that, I fucking love you. Thank you for paying attention to the content. If you are one of those people, trust me, I appreciate you more than you could ever know. Human laziness surprises me to this day. Getting a good push into supply by Netflix still. I saw Netflix go, or sorry, Google go red a second. That could be worse for Meta. I keep thinking about that because of Meta being down. We're not really out of the gates yet. We got a good push from support, but we haven't really broke anything. We're just still against supply of previous day. Again, if you're highlighting from today's open up to the high, you have a bigger area of supply. If you want to give yourself some slack and not make your screen as crazy looking, you can go from that day's high to the open of that green candle. I'd actually go down to this level here, and that's actually your area of supply. You can mark your pre-market high. And if you want to mark your yesterday's open, please do, because that's a very important pivot point. So if you don't want to have a big annoying blue rectangle on your screen, you can also do this. And you see, nothing has changed. I still have all the same information on my screen. I'm not making things up. It's consistent. This is what I'm talking about, though. You want to have a consistent routine. If you're giving yourself inconsistent levels or an inconsistent, even just the method, if your method is inconsistent, you're not really giving yourself a good chance of success on anything, on any trade you take in the future. Because now you're giving yourself kind of a shaky table, you know, or how are you going to be able to stand still if your table is shaky, or if, you know, if everything's moving? If the ground under you is shaking, how are you going to stand? It just doesn't make sense, you know? So you got to have a consistent variable, a consistent routine. Please let me know if that makes sense or doesn't make sense. Any questions I've had has been gone over in a previous video, and that's a good point too, David. You know, that's another thing, is like, it's okay to like have questions. That's great. I love answering questions. It's another to completely ignore what's in front of your face, you know. So please do not be ignorant to the information in front of you. Please go to the videos of the channel. It's crazy, like David just said. It's a very good thing too, because I was going through my videos and I was thinking the same thing last night. This video here literally gives you everything. The Fibonacci videos that we just came out with, the how to chart, you know, this is a good video here too, but if you want to go into workshop 11, please do. How to identify and trade 4 important trading strategies. I just gave you 4 of the strategies that we consistently use and go over every single week in chat. All of my members, all of my mods, all of my OGs, everybody uses these strategies. There is nothing else that we use. This is everything right here. And I put it in a public video that's less than 9 minutes, in which every single one of these strats has a playlist on the channel, has more videos on the channel. It's not like this video here is the first time it's mentioned. I just gave you guys a good compiled video. Bearish retest, you know, everything. It's just like the videos, the content's right in front of you. You just got to go through it. And you might sit there and be like, oh, it's so much. It's really not, though. I'm sorry to tell you, it's really not that much information. Now you're good, Brady. That actually kind of helped reading that. AMD nearing pre-market high. Good call out. At the same time, you have SPY pushing this resistance too at 439.40. I kind of want to check our sectors. Yeah, tech's moving higher. They're in supply. Healthcare pulled away. Even while tech pulled up. Banks still holding in a good spot. Discretionary pulling up higher. Comms also pulling up higher. Looks like industrial's got a good move. Staples dumped. Energy picked up. Utilities just a little bit of a drop. Base a little bit of a pickup. Real estate's kind of flat. Good volume coming in on this candle. Trying to get over the previous candle's volume. That's not bad. You can see now we're holding over the open, the previous day low, the previous day close, the previous day open. The only thing that's in our way is the previous day high while we battle the previous day close right now. And if you guys are paying attention, thank you. I hope some of this morning's rant helps you use these levels to help you find better opportunities. Again, that's really all they're there for. I'm not going to sit here and tell you these levels will make you rich. They won't. You have to work for it. You have to work for finding good probabilities, good trades, good opportunities in front of you. That's what you're looking for. But I hope some of that information helps. Again, that's just basics, you know. But it's only seemed basic to me because I look at these levels so much. That's what you need to do. You need to build up. I was just telling Blink and a few other people in chat this the other day. You need to build up your muscle memory is really what you're working on right now. Getting used to seeing those 4 types of entries, you know, getting used to using those within those levels, using the levels over and over for any kinds of those, any of those 4 entries, really. Very helpful, though. IWM above 200 EMA on the 10, but below it on the 15. Gonna call it by Zaytoven. Small caps in a peculiar area. Looks like SPY got a little bit more of a push. They're almost into 440. Brady said, tough to go long when I see Apple setting up a retest of pre-market low to the downside. Definitely tough, man, because, yeah, Apple, king of the market, looks like it does want to set up to pull down more. And Microsoft not looking that hot, even if they aren't pulling down more. Hasn't really shown us anything. Nvidia, not a bad pop at open. AMD, same story. Amazon got a good pop. Tesla got a good pop. They're still pushing higher. Google still pushing higher. Meta still pulling away, even with Netflix and Google still trying to hold up. Thank you guys for over 50 likes on the stream. Thank you guys again. Really do appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you to the members, too, of the channel. You guys really have done everything for the channel. Couldn't ask more from you. SPY still getting a push into previous day high supply. They are at the very tippy top of it. They just hit it. I'm going to post that too. I'm going to say SPY just hit the top of previous day high supply. Alright, I said SPY just hit previous day high supply. Only thing above is pre-market high now before the 441, 150 range, as well as higher targets. And then I said watch below 438.35 or rejection soon. Again, always covering my bases, instantly pointing out to myself what do bulls want and what do bears want. Oh, how's the music, by the way? Is it too loud or tippy top? The toppy tip. Tesla has potential to break above 280s. Could call it by Daffy. Splashing. Alright. Nothing new, nothing new. Still just fighting supply, a previous day high. Music on point. No, music good. Def not too loud. Okay, good, good, good. I always have to check because I mess with my own audio settings way too much. Like, things will sound great to me, but then I go and stream and things sound different for y'all, and it's like, oh shit, I need to fix that. Couple updates from the Discord. Again, just kind of what I went over with y'all just now. Bernal posting. Charlie's in here dropping some updates. A few other people are in here too, dropping some updates right at the open. Oh, that's yesterday. I was like, what the heck? Wow. Crazy job, Linwood. Nice job. These guys are nuts. I love the amount of teamwork, too. If you ever go into the Discord, you'll always smile because it's like, damn, they called this out to each other. Such a good team together. Alright, back to y'all. Thank you guys for joining the stream. Got over 100 people in here. We got over 50 likes in here. I appreciate that. Best Discord out there. It's alright, I guess. No, it's really the members that make it, like, seriously. That's why I say it's the best. I really don't think highly of myself. I don't ever tell people, oh, we have pro traders in here. Come check out this analyst who's traded for 30 different banks and stuff, dude. We're totally pro. Like, I don't do all that crap because that's such a scummy thing to do. I honestly always sell people on just the community itself because that's what it is. It's a community. People coming together, working together, posting ideas, learning new things, you know, and whether they want to use what they use from us or not, I don't care. I just want them to be happy, be comfortable, focus on what's more important. What is up, Tobias? I was waiting to see you, man. Winning some bets. We don't bet around here. We play probability. Josh, I drew a fib from pre-market high to pre-market low, and when we closed above the golden pocket, I entered calls which happened to align with previous day close, sold at 440. Thoughts? You call me a thought? Now let's see. So he said, I gotta read this again. Pre-market high to pre-market low. Okay. Okay, that's easy to remember. Pre-market high to pre-market low. I gotta like triple check that I covered my bases. And then he said, when we broke over, what time frame were you on when you entered this and exited this? I am pretty curious about that. But he said, I entered calls which happened to align with previous day close, sold at 440. Yeah, that was a little bit above the close, because, yeah, what did we say it was? Like, something 66? Yeah, 439.67. It was pretty close. Can somebody tell me, is David crazy or not? Is David crazy for taking a play above the golden pocket combined with the previous day close? Is he crazy for taking longs from there and then taking his target, taking his profits, majority of the risk off the table into the very next, very close target of the previous day high supply, 439.94? Is he crazy? Somebody let me know. I know David knows the correct answer already. I don't have to ask him. But let me know, guys. Do you think that was a good entry or not based on what we have talked about in here on the 4 main styles of entry that we focus on here? Exactly. David is wicked smart. Great job, David, taking an invalidation of a bearish move from pre-market high to pre-market low. If they had rejected 439.70s, the golden pocket you're talking about, if they had rejected that and pulled away, that would be a bearish validation, right? Because it's at the golden pocket of that move. But getting a close over it, and then also I like that you added the previous day close to give yourself more validation for potential bullish breakout. Yeah, that was great. And then I like that you weren't greedy. You didn't aim for 440.50. Why would you aim for the pre-market high? That wouldn't make sense because you have 440 there, 440 point, it's like 15, I think, for the previous day high supply. That was great that you aimed for that because that was the next thing. It's right there. You can't ignore it. Everybody, round of applause for David. Be more like David. Now, I'm not saying you should take trades like this every single time you see that. From David's point of view, though, I like that. Round of applause, man. Good work. That's what I like to see. If you've traded the lead test before, or the buy the dip reversal before, used fibs in any way I've ever shown you before, you'll understand exactly why David liked that. Great work, David. Round of applause. Also, guys, be sure to check out that Fibonacci playlist. There isn't a public playlist. I think there's like 4 or 5 videos in there. I think it's 4. 4 videos in there, though. So make sure you guys check that out if you are interested in how we use fibs. Yeah, David, I like AMD a lot. I just screenshot it and put it back in chat. Because again, based on the watch list, and we talked about it this morning, they've already done the hold that we talked about. Talked about if they come down here and hold this, it's looking great. They've made a higher low from that. We talked about that as well. Since then, they have pushed up, broken out of the range. What more can they show somebody to be more bullish? Basically, as long as they hold this, you should see a continued move higher. Another thing to add on to that is if Nvidia continues, because I see they are pushing up higher. They've already broken out above 426s. And then SPY, of course, you're going to want to keep that in mind too, because if SPY ends up projecting here, pulls down, and we do see sectors pulling back, then that can bring AMD back into range. But if SPY ends up holding above supply here, a previous day high, this is actually going to be super bullish. Might be seeing a slow grind up move here through the pre-market high very soon. But AMD, new high of day was made just now. Let me remove these so you guys aren't blinded. That is impossible to see. There we go. But let me know, guys, do you guys want me to continue doing the pre-market stuff and adding this stuff in the bottom left for you? Or do you want me to go back to putting the chat here so you can read whatever everyone's saying to each other? Let me know. Above this also I have news, but it's kind of hard to keep everything on one screen because I am very keen on looking at the top 5 sectors, and I really do want to see all my individual equities, so it's kind of hard to see all of that information in one. have more screens. I just don't like to use them. I have 3 screens, but I only use 1 for my charting. I just don't see the point, you know. I'm not making fun of Jack. I know he's messing with me. But like you'll go see traders and they'll be like, "Look, I got 18 screens. I got 8 screens." It's like, why? You physically this is physically not possible. You can't pay attention to 8 screens at once. I'm sorry to tell you guys that, but that's not possible. Even the best traders in the world even if they have that many screens in front of them, they're not looking at all of them. You know, you have to be a little ignorant to think that you can. That's just not feasible. Really, is what I'm getting at. It's not that you shouldn't try. It's that it's not worth it. Ruin your eyesight doing some stuff like that. Also, the same amount of money can be spent or made on 1 screen as it can 8. So that's another logic too. You don't need 50 billion screens to see a chart. You also don't need to be looking at a billion different things like indicators, like VIX, or like, you know, looking at 60 different sector charts. You know, that's not going to help you. You're not going to envision the market better by seeing that all happen at once. I'm sorry to tell you that. Your brain's not able to compute that. And the same logic as your brain can't compute how much a billion is, or when, you know, they speak in terms of like space and how far things are when they're light years away. Yeah, you can say light years and your brain computes that, but you don't actually compute how big a light year is, or how long all that is, or how much a billion really is. Your brain doesn't actually compute that, you know. So it's the same exact logic. Your brain's not going to be able to see all of the screens, you know, at once. So if you are one of those people from back in the day who really are sticking with if you have more screens you can trade better, you're on something. Because that's just not true. Damn, Nvidia really said I'm going to go break out and we're going to go see 430s. Really nice move from that hammer. Same for Amazon. Tesla, not so much. They actually look worse. Google's still looking decent. I know a lot of y'all were looking at that the other day because they were breaking out, doing pretty good. And yeah, really just curious to see what this chart develops to look like end of day. You know, do we get this gap fill and a wick down? Is this early morning just a buyer reaction and we wick down early on and this ends up being a nice, really big red candle? Do we end up just maintaining range and just kind of holding around this candle? You know, do we really make a whole lot of movement today? So there's really a lot that could happen. Let's see though. Looks like a potential bullish retest, though, over previous day high supply. You might be seeing supply turn demand here at that previous day high. Frying your brain cells. Yeah, literally. Let's go see Amazon, too, because I see Tesla pulled back a little bit. Amazon also rejected. Looks like a little bit of a gap there. I didn't even notice that. Must have been when the news hit. Meta still just weak under that support. Netflix trying to hold. Google pushing a new high of day. Meta is lagging behind its counterparts. Let's go back to XLC and see if it's still... Yeah, it definitely is now. I would definitely say Meta is lagging now. See if they push that supply in 292.40s. That covers your bases on that one. 292.40s. Yep, Meta's being sued by Twitter. I was just sharing that yesterday too in chat because I was pretty impressed with that. I mean, I'm not surprised. It makes sense. If you're going to make a copycat item and hire people from the original thing you're taking ideas from, yes, that's illegal. It's okay to kind of have a similar idea and to have unique differences. But if you're going to create the same idea and take people from the original idea, yeah, I mean, that's literally copycatting. I don't care who you are. Whether that sounds like a 5-year-old term or not, that's cheating. And in the grand scheme of things, that's illegal for Meta. So I doubt what they're doing holds up. But I almost promise you, even if this gets stopped right now, I almost promise you Meta will figure out a way to have their own Twitter-type app without having it exactly looking like Twitter or anything like that to where they get sued again. I almost promise you they accommodate their app or accommodate this part of their meta app to not be as much of a copycat. I almost promise they fix it and it ends up being, something else. But we'll see. I'm pretty curious about that case too, because that's going to be really big. It's funny too, because you had the whole Elon versus Zuckerberg boxing match, and then or whatever MMA, and then now you have their companies suing each other. It's like, what the heck? They're on two completely different vibes on on those terms. It's crazy. Yeah, I copied friend's paper word for word nearly. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way of putting it. Mel said you took some SPX shorts. Nice, man. Yeah, if they can reject supply, that's good for shorts. But if they end up holding here, this is going to be a very, very good sign for bulls short term. We'll see, though. Oh, my bad, guys. We didn't do the poll. What level do you want to do? Let's do 440. Will SPY close over or under 440? Over, under. Just a fun little question for everyone to answer for free. It's just a fun little thing. Apple not looking good as they reject 191.60s. They are just under the previous day close rejecting. AMD also pulling back into range. Nvidia not really seeing any pullback. I mean, a little bit, but of course they just pumped. So we'll see if they end up. Really, they could pull back all the way to 426, and then you really have to decide, is that where they want to hold, or are they going to break down further? Tesla did decide to break down further after the failed breakout over 279s. They got a good little inverted hammer, pulled back down, and then broke 278.77s 10 minutes later. Next candle flushed, put them back to square one. Now you're looking for them to try and break through previous day close or to hold. Which is not marked, by the way. That was not the previous day close I had there at 276.97. Previous day close is just under that. Google still holding up well. Meta not so much. And Netflix pulled back. Okay, this is starting to make more sense now for comms. So we'll see if Google ends up holding and continues to be the loner. But guys, sectors. Tech is bullish. They've broken out. They're above supply. As long as they hold this blue area, tech is bullish. Keep that in mind. Healthcare, vice versa. They need to get back over this blue area or they're going to continue rejecting and pulling away to the downside today. Banks, looking just like tech. They've already broken over supply. They're holding over, trying to turn it to demand. This is looking good for continued bullish as long as they hold over yesterday's open. Discretionary needs to make that move that you saw in tech and banks, and so do comms. They're still in the middle of their range. But you've seen that battle happen between Meta, Netflix, Google for the XLC sector. Make sure to vote, guys, at the YouTube chat. There is a little poll you can do. Again, asking if you think SPY will close over or under 440. On my screen, it's right here. I don't know where it is on y'all's screen. As you can see, I cannot vote. Which is weird, because a president could vote for himself, but I can't even vote for over or under on my own Google poll. Got 20 shares of Riot 2 weeks ago, and they are killing it. Wow, awesome job, David. Good catch. Yeah, Bitcoin in general, that sector in general has been a lot more hot recently. So good job. Happy for your gains, man. Do you do a lot of equity plays, David? I've been doing a few more myself recently. I've actually been doing better on my equity plays than I have some of my swings recently. A little depressing. give us that pop SPY. We'll see if we get it right here. NVIDIA 3-bar play, good call out. I think he's mentioning the 5 or 10 minute. And then he said at golden pocket of pre-market high to today's high. Great call out, Brady. Again, thank you for making that very easy to, again, realize how you drew that. It's kind of hard when people come in here and they're like, oh, guys, AMD's bouncing off the control point of the golden pocket. It's like, of what? Where are you getting this from? What are you talking about? Yeah, so thank you, and whoever else was talking about it earlier, I really do appreciate you guys breaking down where you're getting your fibs from. It's very helpful. Not just for me, but for other people as well. Very helpful. SPY pulling back. Sorry, I was typing a bunch. Didn't even realize it was doing that. Tech pulling back. Healthcare doing nothing. Banks pull back a little. Discretionary rejecting. Comms rejecting. It's pulling SPY back as its sectors. I asked, how is everyone in here doing? Got my gains this morning now, just watching for some setups. Hell yeah. Ooh, nasty flush on SPY. Let's go see what was doing the damage there. Tech is going to be the big one. Tech with a combination of discretionary and comms. We got Apple on the pullback, AMD on the pullback, Microsoft on the pullback. NVIDIA's reacting, but it's still not that bad for them. The other ones, though, they didn't really break out as much. Amazon pulling back a little. So yeah, we're getting a market-wide reaction, guys. It's not just like one or two tickers doing that. It's a pretty big market-wide reaction. Nasty pullback. Nasty pullback, nasty wick. Still rejecting supply on SPY. SPY is really battling previous day close, but it's really the supply of previous day high that we need to be focused on. A couple wicks up on those sectors. Not bad, not bad. Staples possibly building base. Tesla broke previous day close. They made it down to 275 almost on that pullback. Nice. It's a very nasty pullback. Well, Meta did make it down to 288, guys. So if you were shorting Meta from the weakness it had this morning when we talked about it, I mean, I didn't like say get into shorts or anything. I'm not going to tell you to get into a trade, but we talked about the extra weakness they had in comparison to their sector, as well as their counterparts, Google and Netflix. So if you did take any kind of shorts or you just like that idea as a mental trade, great work. They did make it down to that area, so you can not worry about that anymore. Next move on that's going to be under that level there. We're going to see them work back up to here as a buy reaction and try to invalidate. If not, then they'll keep that that will keep them in range. So good job on AMD, everybody. We got to cover that pretty in depth. We got to cover Meta in depth, and yeah, SPY of course. We've been covering that all morning. But I love seeing the mental trades work out. I love seeing the trade plans work out when we cover them. And even if they don't work out, it's awesome to go back and just review and see, all right, where did it go wrong? What invalidated? If you can spot it, it's good practice. Ooh, username, you're on fire. I just realized. I mean, I always knew you were on fire, but... Ooh, clean trade, peoples. Oh, I don't know why I thought you entered here and then sold here. I was like, damn, he bought that early. My bad, you bought down here, sold here, then cut the rest there. Okay. Damn, that was a nice trade. I like that you gave the last two a chance, too. I keep seeing that. And you covered your bases by cutting 3, and you didn't let the other 2 go back to break even, so that's a good positive trade. Could have been bigger, but you didn't get the continuation. Nothing you can do about that. Great work, man. I like that. That's very clean. Apple at a pretty big area. Let me highlight that. I'm going to post that. King of the markets at a pretty big crucial spot. Oops, wrong channel. Trade floor. What's up, guys? Do you think we wick up here and hold? Do you think we're going to base out a little bit? Or do you think we're going to pull back more? So far, we definitely have signs of a pullback, but nothing to give you yourself that follow-through. Same thing that happened for the Bulls. You know, they got a really good move here, a good hold of good levels, good push through good levels, but no follow-through. Again, they still had that pre-market high in their way. Blink. Yes, Wag. I can't pull it up. I'm very happy to do that because you're one of those guys, man, that I never have to I never have to go message you or anything. You're just always on it. I never have to bother you. I love that. So let's see here. Hide all that because y'all aren't allowed to see that. Some 0 DTE, not recommended for some of these moves on SPY, but I was very meticulous with my entry and exit. First is NVIDIA. You can see that NVIDIA was so bullish, so I took a small entry at the 3-minute 9 EMA retest, which on the 10-minute looks like nothing. As SPY slowly pushed up, I took profit at a key level on SPY previous day high. It was hovering around there and wasn't too fond of the slow movement. As we reject previous day high, I looked for Tesla for a short. Oh, sorry to yawn. As we reject previous day high, I looked for Tesla for a short. You take that entry off the 3-minute 9 EMA retest, and there she blows down. These were the best. They went up to about 30% for 0 DTE. That's actually insane. Yeah, very quick trade, like you said. And then again, I like that you added that too. He said on the 10-minute looks like nothing. Because yeah, it looks like it just got like a fake breakout. But then, you know, on your screen though, you can see there was a lot more going on there. Good push over a good level, good continuation, good volume. I like that, quick in and out. Good job, though, man. I like that. Quick scalp. Good percentage, too. Definitely can't complain about 30%. Especially on a 0 DTE on a Friday. I definitely know you weren't complaining. Daffy is a legend. No matter what he says, Daffy is a legend. I said that on stream too. I was like, man, straight up, next play Daffy post, I'm getting in on this thing. And then I played ABBV and it just kept climbing. I was like, all right, cool. Daffy is a beast. Always keeping you on watch too with sectors that you yourself, even me, I look at every sector all the time, and even sometimes I abuse some of them, and he himself will go in chat and post like, hey guys, this one's in the best spot, check this out more. I'll go check it out more, I'll give it its respect, and the next thing you know, that's the one that's moving the most. It's like, what the heck? If only I had listened to Daffy. If only I had read his reasoning. So definitely taking advantage of the information posted by other people in chat as well. Again, you got to remember too, a lot of people in chat are looking at a lot of the same things as you in a very similar fashion. So if they point out something and you also like it, well, it's just more confirmation. It's more validation, if anything, compared to reading a random comment online from someone who doesn't trade like you. I feel that, Wag. Tesla with some nice long bottom wicks in the last 3 5-minute candles. I like those for a sign of possible reversal. Ooh. Good callouts by Wacko Jacko. Shout out to all my Canadians. That's actually a pretty good risk reward spot too, Jack. Good call out. You can tell who has done the work. That's probably the comment of the day. You can definitely tell who has done the work, because if there's someone that goes in here and is like, yo, what's a 40% entry, and you definitely have seen them around chat for like 2 years straight, it's like, well, that's a red flag. But if it's someone we never met before, that's okay. Which it's funny, and I was just telling Blink this the other day, because he himself, and this is the same, I use him as an example because a lot of you guys are just like this. You know, a lot of you guys come from other groups or from other strategies that aren't that, you know, far off compared to price action and how we use it. You know, some of you come in here and it's like completely new world to you. That's okay. But some people come in here and they're already aware of open range breakouts and retests. So when I tell them 40%, 80%, they're like, huh? And so I don't tell them that. I'll tell them open range breakout retest because that's what they're used to hearing. And that's what they are. Again, we even have labels. Again, 40%, 80%, these are just labels. Again, for you to help remember them in a better way. Hey, about it. Now you gotta say, what do Canadians say a lot? They say a, duh, but like, what's another one? What's a super stereotypical Canadian saying? A guy. A friend. A boot. There you go. Blink came with it. A boot. A boot. He got it instantly. And what's Americans' favorite sayings? I'm going to Walmart. Going to McDonald's. A boot. See, I roasted the Canadians, and I gotta roast us too. See, now it's fair. Liking SPY 30-minute time frame. And yep, good call out too, because that 30-minute candle just closed. Yeah, definitely watch 439 to 439.40. That is already instantly a very strong crucial point just based off today's price action on the 30-minute. Great find by Daffy. Possible bullish retest. Also, though, I would like to keep this kind of known. Guys, even if you do get any kind of bullish retest here, just be very careful on sizing because we were in a range and we broke under it. This could also, from a bigger macro point of view, could be seen as a bearish retest. So just keep that in mind, that this is kind of a gray area on smaller and bigger time frames. Just got to think about those kind of things. Again, and you wouldn't if you weren't going through your bigger time frames down to your smaller time frames. If you're just looking at the 5-minute, you're going to get tunnel vision. So make sure you zoom out when in doubt. You understand what's going on here. That it's not just these levels. There's a whole lot more going on in the bigger time frame. So keep that in mind too. Really good hold of a really good level so far. Again, this is previous day open where price slowly grinded up to and held over the rest of the day. You can see a lot of the pre-market extended hours there too. Price is now sitting above it after breaking. So we'll see if they can hold 439.40. Very, very big crucial area right now for this chart. I was managing my swings and I just saw BA hit 215. Missed my 721 call entry. Well, Dondu, I honestly think it's kind of impossible for you to hate yourself for that, like beat yourself up for that, because you just said you were managing swings. That's multiple things. So do you really need to be in another trade? No. But did your trade work out and how you planned it? It seems like it. So I'm very happy for you, man. That's what you should be proud of. Fuck the money. Right now you need to be focused on reasoning. Fuck the money. Fuck being right. It's not even about being right. What you want to be focused on is reasoning. Even when you're wrong, you want to be wrong for the right reason. Understand that. Excuse my language. Sorry if there's any kids watching. I'd be surprised if there was, but just in case. Apple is continuing to break lower, guys. This is not a good sign for them if they continue under 190.80, 190.60s range. Oof, Microsoft too. King and queen of the market both taking a hit. Nvidia back down to 426. Now you can start to get a little more scared if they break 426. If they hold 426 though, Nvidia could have another leg up. That's the crazy part. Amazon pulling back more, Tesla pulling back more, failing to get over 277s. Talked about previous day close importance on that chart. Google also pulling back. Meta just still holding down in the lower part of their range. Netflix also still at low of day. Tech pulled all the way back, guys. That is not a good sign for bulls. Healthcare still down. They didn't get any like vice versa action. Banks are still holding over. Keep that on watch. They are the third largest sector. Discretionary pulling away. Fourth largest sector. Comms also pulling away. Fifth largest sector. Whoops. SPY pulling back under the 439.40s. Again, guys, talked about Apple possibly hurting us here. Microsoft adding on to that. Tech sector, largest sector on the market, pulling back. So they did not like that short-term hold so far. We'll see if they come back. Okay, sorry, Sing 2. I apologize to your son, then. Should not have to hear the words that I just said. Just take the percentage point. Exactly. Always another trade. Exactly. Honestly, Don, I wasn't like getting on to you. I think you should just be more proud of yourself than that. You just said you were managing multiple swings, and you had another one work out after having a couple work out. Dude, that's insane. You're doing great. Round of applause for Dondu, continuing to work on bettering himself. Yeah, XLE's on fire. I was telling people, man. I don't know why people will mess with me, man. I've been telling people what to mark here on CVX, what to mark here on XOM. I mean, energy is still holding. Even if it looks ugly, they're holding insane demand. Very, very strong demand. A big area of where buyers are sitting. It looks really good. Good job, Mel. Mel started shorting SPX. I think it was about this candle, was it not, Mel? I think he started getting in about here. And then a short-term buy reaction came in. They never got back over, and then it just kept dumping. I believe this is where he was in. He was around this area. Because I remember looking at this like, alright, that's a little early, but I like it. The positioning was good. Good job, Mel. Early, but positioning gave it so much strength. It was like, as long as he didn't hold it, if it would have pushed a new high, he would have been out of that trade. So, this was basically his risk. Good job. I like that. I like that. When you brought that up, I did like it a lot because at the time it looked really good for continuation. And I think that's like a good reverse psychology thing to look for, especially on a Friday after a week like this. I mean, we just had a 3-day week. Is it really, you know, smart to expect the moon or to expect really big moves on a Friday on a 3-day week? I think everybody's just excited for next week already, to be honest. I think everybody's ready to have a full week. We have a full week next week, right? We don't have to worry about anything. Good call, Jack. I appreciate you calling out the invalidation of those 3 wicks because this did look good. It just needed to get over 277s, maybe even 277.60s here to look better. But like you said, invalidated. Great call out. That's what I'm looking for. Again, I don't care about things only working. It's also good to call out invalidations, as you guys can see by Jack. A holiday next week. It's Buellers' day off. Alright, so we got a little bit of a buy reaction after the dump. They didn't even get to today's open. So we'll keep that in mind. Buellers' day off. Yeah, I think I need to get my kick going so we could go watch like stock market movies together. Would you guys want to do that if I made a kick stream? You can like watch movies together, listen to music together, like all copyrighted shit too. It's pretty crazy. I'm not talking about like right now. I'm just talking about in general. Because we're still doing full day Friday streams. I can't give up on full day Friday streams. These are too much a part of our group now. Oh, these guys are so loud next door. Dude, you know the economy's shit when I have to get a new lawnmower guy. Oh my god. Chart posted. I just looked back and the first thing I saw was Davy say no, lol, and I looked back up and someone said so full port calls. Wait, where did your chart go? Oh, here it is. I wanted to share this because we went over this in a stream together, but Mel covered it very well. But I was right. He did enter about there. He saw the reversal come through. Again, he's just playing lead test over and over again. He might have gotten a little bit early on that one, in my opinion. But I liked it at the same time because of risk reward. He didn't just buy randomly when there was a red candle. He bought it as we were pulling away from supply. So it makes sense that he would grab it there. Great job, Mel. That trade was very clean. Alright, well guys, I should go back to work. Love all of you. Bueller Trading, thanks for the stream as always. And don't forget to like everyone. Peace. Thank you, Wag. I appreciate that a lot, man. I really do appreciate the ones who do come in here and support me because I'm a solo marketing team. I don't have 50 traders on Twitter sharing me around. I don't have a bunch of following. I don't have any of that crap, and I don't want any of that crap. It's just me. Me and my members and my community working together. That's it. So I love the amount of support you guys give, man. It really does mean a lot to me. We're not some big trader, you know, with 1 billion followers. We're not somebody with a marketing team. I'm not like that, and we're never going to be like that. So I really do thank you guys for letting me be me, really is what I'm saying. Thank you. Just playing. I'm done trading today. One of my rules was met today. It's always good to mess around a little bit. Can't take it too serious. You don't want to go crazy. Apple guy is still scaring me here. Again, it broke support. It looked like it wants to reject and pull away more. King of the market looked like it wants to dump more. You saw the effect Microsoft just had. Nvidia getting some buy reaction around 426. If they end up cracking that, guys, that is not a good look for them. Inside candle right here. Green candle pushing up. Looks bullish still so far. Again, 426 decider level there. Amazon holding on today's lows. Tesla made it all the way to demand. So we'll see if this is where they want to start producing some better reversal candles. nice. Tons of people posting. Alright, post Tesla, because I saw a few people mentioning that in chat. And then I'll post SPY, because who doesn't want to know what SPY's up to? Guys, it's been a little bit over an hour since the open. How's everyone doing? How are you guys? You guys green, red? You just chilling cash? You just enjoying yourself, mentally trading, still learning? That's okay too. No need to rush into everything. Tesla looking good for another lead test. Good look, creator trade. Let's go check that out. Careful, they did just hit demand, but I do like what you're looking at. I love that you're looking at it like that, because that is the correct way. Cash, weekly goal is met. Good stuff, Tobias. I love the rules set. AMD back above 90 MA on the 5-minute. Just working with you on the background. Back to trading next week, baby. Hell yes, let's go, man. I'm excited to have you back. Thank you guys for almost 70 likes on the stream. Appreciate it for staying this long too. Kind of just waiting to see what Tesla does here at demand. We're really seeing if SPY wants to try and hold this higher low. So far they are. If we get any kind of reset here, I want to see if they can maintain holding over 439.40, not just this low. And if we do get a bullish continuation, can they push through this recent high, push through the 440s that we had problems with here recently? Can they push through that, make it to 440.50s? We'll see. Tech sector definitely gave us a scare there with that drop, and they still could if they don't get back over here. So keeping that in mind too. Tech sector in a very, very, very crucial spot. I'll send this to Discord real quick too, because it's a very important chart. My bad. Shit, Jack, you say that. He said staying this long. Day's just getting going, brother. You say that, but most people think an hour is a long amount of time. Josh, is the last 15-minute candle a doji? I looked over the 30-minute candle, and it looks like it could be a hammer. On SPY, that's a hammer. but it's under supply. So it's a bullish candle, but you're at resistance, so it's really nulling itself. Again, just an early identifier. You see this candle, it's not telling you, oh, I have to buy. It doesn't matter what. No, you still need to retake this level right here. There's conditions for right here. There's never just a single thing that tells you something. I'm on Apple. I'm not even on SPY. You don't care about that. Yeah, Doji. Doji hammer. Yes, that is a thing. Man, Apple looked a lot better, though. AMD lowering volume. Nice hammer on Microsoft at their lows the previous day almost. Almost at the meat of it, too. NVIDIA 15-minute candle producing a hammer at support. Again, we said 426 is the major crucial point there. All this movement, and then it's like SPY's just flat on the day. They really like to make it look like there's a lot going on, but then there's not. Bunch of sectors moving around, rotating. Amazon looking like a possible lead test. Good looks, Mark Milley. Meta showing some buyers. Good looks, TJS. I appreciate the updates and callouts on the different tickers. I like this. Tech still at a concerning crucial point of previous day supply. Healthcare did continue lower. That's your second largest sector. Third largest sector, you have a rectangle going. Again, a rectangle, when you hear anyone say that, or a bullish continuation or a bearish continuation, remember, guys, how do we draw our fibs? We're focused on this move here, right? Just broke out here. It made it to this high here. But it's kind of hard to read, right? It's pretty much impossible to read. So what can we do? We can go from the candle, the emerging move, to the high of the move, right? So essentially, this is telling us as long as they hold 33.50, this has a chance of holding. So just keep that level in mind, 33.50. And in reality, if you really want to keep things simple, just focus on the low of the reset. You can see you got a doji there, you got a meat of that reset there. So this is essentially an area where you can watch for this to try and hold or break down. So even if you don't want to draw your fancy fibs, even though that's literally so easy, a child can do it. Comms discretionary getting really good movement. That's your Netflix, Meta, Google sector, and then your Tesla, Amazon sector. All five of those getting some action. Nvidia's still getting some bullish move off 426. Microsoft's still moving off that buy reaction. AMD got a good buy reaction. Even Apple's getting back above the death point, the area in which if it would have kept rejecting, we would definitely be getting an uglier red candle pop up right now. Very good sign for the tech chart, because this is going to definitely get them back into this area. Hopefully a lot of this makes sense. Give me a thumbs up if you guys are still with me, if you guys still understand a lot of the updates going on. Again, just kind of a lot of the regular stuff, nothing new. Might not be entertaining, but still a lot of the same updates. And it's already 10. Damn, it's been an hour and a half since open, 2 hours since we started streaming just about. We did start the stream a little bit earlier today. If you guys go back to the very beginning, created the watch list live in front of everybody, just like I used to back in the old days. Think I'm going to start pushing in that direction again now that I'm kind of just doing everything on my own again. I think I'm going to go back in the direction of doing pre-market streams where I'll be here for 30-40 minutes before market opens. I won't talk as much though. Again, please don't hate me if I don't talk as much in the morning, because I want to focus on making my watch list, getting it posted, getting the right charts and trade plans posted for everybody, and then moving on. Then the stream can really get talkative. But at least you get a little bit of insight on the thought process, everything, really, the entire process. I'm not really looking at the 30-minute yet because we have 4 more minutes. It's just not confirmed yet. But if you want to talk theoretical, like, oh, if it does hold like this, then yeah, that looks great. And kind of like the same sense I was just showing you, David, when we were looking at that play. Let's go from the low to the high of this move here. We'll just do that candle. You can see they did hold the halfway point in this candle. So this couldn't be seen as a bullish reset, but we hit supply. What did this candle just do? Failed to break lower, failed to hold higher. So they're still holding the bullish reset. We just don't have any confirmation for the direction to have any more strength, if that makes sense. But yes, I do still like it for a possible dip buy. As long as 439.40s, there's no reason this shouldn't continue higher. But if we end up cracking 439.40s, we could definitely be seeing that flush happen. So just keep that in mind. You have a lower high being created at the 440 basically. 440 area basically, and this is where Mel took that initial short where that first lead test popped up. If you guys were looking last time, a lead test popped up against the previous day's supply, perfectly flushed. Here we are again. This is the buyer reaction back into it after that lead test. Apple pushing down again. Great update by Sanddollar. That is very important. Don't worry about it, Mel. It's just me here, man. Don't worry about it. No problem, David. Always happy to answer any questions or go over anything you have. No problem, Mighty One. Always glad to see your name pop up. Pop up. The tippy top. I don't know why y'all like hearing me say that. The tippy top. Just seeing a lot of slowed down charts. I wouldn't necessarily say these are bearish. I just see a lot of good buy reaction slowing down. I don't really see anything too concerning. Banks actually look really good. JPM and Berkby have been all over the place the past 2, 3, 4 weeks. The toppy tip. Gotta do some pig Latin, man. Oh, I feel like someone just punched me in the stomach. Dude, for real, small caps are kicking ass, React. Nice hammer, slightly higher open, good push to break it. Looks like they might be going to try to fill that gap towards 186 almost. Daffy's still liking the 15 and 30 minute. looks. Dave Smith, welcome to the Loyal Supporter Gang. Glad to have you on board, Dave. Make sure you check out the member only section on YouTube. It's a tab. Make sure you check that out. Check out all the videos you've now unlocked. Hope you enjoy them. Glad to have you on board, though. Everybody welcome Dave. Drop some emojis or something. Oh, Jack. Oh, because I said it felt like someone kicked me in the stomach. Your voodoo doll is working. Yo, if you have a voodoo doll of me, can you put $1 million in its hand real quick? Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate your cut, G. We got some Daves and Davids in here, man. The David army continues to grow. Yep, there goes David saying it. The David clan goes stronger. I'm telling you, man. We're going to be in a communistic future with Davids ruling the world here. Monopoly money, sure. If it's a new chart, Tobias, again, if it's a newer company like this, the chart's not going to matter. It's really going to be about the revenue, and then you're going to have to see more data come out. That's really what bigger money is going to be waiting on, is data. So as that company produces more earnings reports, future outlook, performance data, that's going to be what creates that chart more. So honestly, if it really is something new that you're getting into, I don't even know if I'd pay attention to that chart right now. If it's something you believe in, if it's something you truly like, and you like the data coming out as you start to see it more and more and more, then that's awesome. Then you can start to chart it more. But I was looking at that last time you mentioned it, and I was like, this chart's worthless. The chart is worthless until more data is given. But I did like the idea of the company. I think that's pretty useful for the future. I don't know why anyone wouldn't. I think that's pretty important. My middle name is David. We are not... Oh my god, David. We are not here to take part. Isn't that the anonymous thing? Oh god, I said anonymous. They're gonna hack me. I can choose my army. My middle name is David. I can choose my army. I like how I created this whole theory, if we have the same name, you're just all of a sudden part of the same nation. There's just a world of where all Joshes and all Davids and all Jacks live together and hide together away from other peoples with other names. Someone write that down. That needs to be a Netflix episode. They'll take anything. Hive mind. That's what we can call the Netflix show. Perfect name. Perfect name. Look, see, we're already getting the ideas down. This is perfect. Daffy said, crack that 440. Mel said, watching SPX here. 440 is the key area. 440 to about 440.50 for the short-term supply. Leland, tell us your real name is David. I wish that it was his real name, but I'm sorry to tell you guys, his real name is, in fact, Leland. Now, if his middle name or last name is David, I don't know that. Because, to be honest with you, when I first met Leland, I thought Leland was his last name. His last name's Trump, I think, actually. Leland Trump or something like that. I don't know, I might be off. Leland's real name is Rim. Oh, yeah, Rimraff, my bad. That is true, you can legally change names. Now, whether we let him have that choice or not, that's up to us. So is Leland the son of Dog the Bounty Hunter? I would only assume so, yeah. Makes sense to me. Because he's got the dog in him. Leland, the name means from the meadowland, pasture ground, or a clearing in the woods. Wow. Yeah, this is make fun of Leland while he's not paying attention time. As soon as he's in here, though, y'all gotta be quiet. can't save y'all. Alright, so getting another good push. Again, they're just still continuing this push from this bioreaction. Very impressive move. We saw tech sector try to fail. They ended up hammering. They're moving up higher now. Healthcare did continue lower. Bank still holding. Discretionary comms moving higher. So the fact these two are moving higher and this one's retaking completely nullifies the fact that healthcare dropped more. So that's why you're getting a nice green move on SPY. Yeah, what does that Don do? God, look at that demand reaction. They exit supply with the 3-bar play. They recover. Google looking really strong. I like that hammer too. Meta not looking too bad, exiting a good area, trying to get over today's open finally. And Netflix returning with a vengeance back to today's highs. AMD still getting a good high or low base build over the area we said looks good for bullish moves. Range holding up perfectly on our Tesla on watch list. And then Meta. Meta did good with what we talked about this morning, the pullback, and then we said pretty much you should just wait for this to either build some more base and give you good moves to this area or wait to get over this area. So it's really up to you. See what happens here now that we are at the top of supply again. Are we going to make the ultimate lower high and get a nasty pullback, or are we going to hold and push higher? These are the two scenarios in front of us right now. Ooh, good update by Daffy. My bad, man. I wouldn't even have posted if I saw you doing that. I just like to go in chat, man. I know there's not a lot of people updating on their own today because they're probably just chilling, doing whatever, or even just in here. So I like to try to go up into the Discord and update when I can. Good job, Deep. Good job having runners. Wait, Dog the Bounty Hunter's son is actually named Leland? Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry I'm not caught up on my Dog the Bounty Hunter facts. That is crazy that I did not know that. Okay, well now we have a good joke for Leland from now on. Okay, yo, someone photoshopped Dog the Bounty Hunter, but you gotta put Leland's face over Dog the Bounty Hunter so he has like all the hair and everything. So I've been getting yelled at by my members lately that I don't promote my own course enough. So if you guys would like to check the course out, it's right there. I just put it in the chat. And if you don't know what the hell I'm even talking about, there's a video on my channel now, so you don't have to worry about that. Go to the video section. Where are we at? I upload too much now. What does the BB course include? Right here. I almost scrolled right past it. So make sure to go through this. Awesome, cool little extra links in here too. If you don't even get the course, you can still click on this stuff and have good extra content, even if you don't have the course again. But yeah, also check out some of the comments. A lot of really cool testimonials and just reviews of people that have taken the course or have gone through it. But yeah, please feel free to check out the course if you have not already. I am actually about to do a coupon code. I don't really know what to call it though. What should I call the coupon code? And how much should the coupon be? I'll let my community decide. Coupon code and how much? I need answers now. Rim. Okay, we're not doing that. That's a. I almost said that out loud. No. Bueller's Day Off coupon. Leland the Bounty Hunter. I'm just gonna do Lee Test. Coupon code. All caps. Lee Test. We'll do a big discount. Why not? It said expires, and then it chose today's date. Yeah, expired today. Alright, yeah, it's official. If you use code LEETEST, again, LEETEST, at checkout, you can get 40% off. I'm only doing this much because it's the Lee Test code, of course, you know? It's got to be ultimate if the Lee Test is the code. Crap, where'd that link go? Okay, here we go. Almost lost it. There you guys go. Code LEETEST for 40% off if you do not already have the course. And yes, there is a public video on what the hell is in the course, so feel free to check it out. If you don't get it, cool. There's an amazing amount of content on the channel for free that is also in the course. Well, not the exact same content, but similar content in the course. Again, we talk about the TA routine, we talk about the trading strategies, all that information's on the public channel as well, so you don't have to pay money to learn. I like to make that very clear. Nasty rejection so far. Nothing big volume wise, nothing big candlestick wise, but this is a lower high against supply. So not a good sign for bulls if they cannot get over this area. Keep that in mind, everybody. All right, check out the tech sector and then check out Apple. Those are still holding fairly well. Those were the ones that were the most concerning at the second. Those are looking a lot better now, so we're not totally into the world apocalypto with those on Apple and tech. Tesla, though, not out of the water yet. Again, they got up to a good area, but now they're rejecting it. So if we see them pull back down and hold under 277, this could bring them back down to 275 and keep them in range. What was Amazon doing? Okay, they're holding pretty well, actually, so it's good for Tesla. Meta still holding up fairly well. So is Netflix. Tech sector, top of supply. Healthcare is completely dumping, guys. That's crazy that SPY's not seeing this move because tech's holding very well. You have banks holding very well. Discretionary comms holding very well. And you even have smaller caps holding pretty well in different sectors like energy, industrials, and a few others. But that's almost completely nulling, completely just deleting this move here. Because this is the second largest sector. You would notice this on SPY, but to not notice this, you would have to have other sectors move up or consolidate, which is what's happening. So that's why you're not getting a complete dump on SPY right now, even though the second largest sector is dumping. What are top candles? I see a good bearish candle against supply, just like we saw a good bullish candle against a support. Let's go to the 30-minute. And yeah, kind of getting it here as well. 15 more minutes on this candle. But I like this candle a lot still. I like the reset, the hold of the reset. So like I said, as long as you're holding 439.40s, you should be looking up. Vice versa for against supply. So as you can see, is this range favorable to us? Not really. So should you be looking to trade every single move to and fro between these? Probably not. Don't need to be sitting here wasting all of your time and money and energy too. Your patience. That's probably the most important of the three. Stocks go only up. Red candlesticks by Jazz. Appreciate you. 3-bar play hour for Amazon. Let me go look. Ooh, good looks. Good looks. I like that. Wow, very good spot by React, guys. Round of applause for React. That was not an easy one to see. AMD holding the 9. Looks like the higher low on the 1 minute. Tesla 15-minute 3-bar play. Seeing a lot of really good callouts by you guys. At the golden pocket from the previous low to high. Okay, I see what you're saying, peoples. If it holds up, could transfer into 30-minute 3-bar play. Good looks, whack. Waiting for power hour to oh, you're okay, my bad. Ace, did you vote for over or under today? Like a glove. Thank you guys for over 75 likes on the stream. I really do appreciate that. Still just getting a short-term pullback. Nothing super significant yet. I do like the volume pulling away from it. We got 3 candles in a row. But you still have Apple above support. You still have tech in this area. Again, it doesn't really ruin them yet. Microsoft trying to get back over 339.50s. Nvidia's still fighting near the high of day, surprisingly. Amazon looking good. Tesla looking good. Those have just been continuing to move off of demand. Meta looks the best to me, I'm not going to lie. This looks like it wants to just launch. We'll see, though. Again, they need to push over 292.40s to really do that and continue holding this blue area. But so far, they look all right. Netflix, too. I like them a lot, too. They're not looking too bad. See overall, though, if SPY can hold. See if healthcare can outpace these sectors holding. If not, maybe they'll pull them back down. Just to piggyback on Josh, the course is worth it. I appreciate that. Yeah, honestly, I had a bunch of people like, dude, how come I never hear you talk about your course? Is it like still up? I'm like, yeah, people still get it here and there, like whatever. Like, dude, you need to say that more. Like, all right, my bad, damn. I feel like weird doing that, you know? Because I'm not trying to like do that, you know? I want to help people, but at the same time, it's like, I'm not trying to annoy them at the same time. I don't want to be like that. Come on, flood us with your knowledge. I've been going over the same stuff every day. You know, it's like some people will hit my DMs and it like takes the energy out of me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm not trying to complain. It's just I'll go over stuff for like 3 days, 3 weeks straight, even sometimes, and then I'll have somebody hit me up that's been in the streams and will ask me something. It's like, dude, were you even here? It's like, there's no way you can sit there and tell me you did review the streams. Like, there's just no way, you know? And then it kind of takes the energy out of me. It's like, why do I even say anything if you're just not even going to listen? But it doesn't matter, because I know that out of the 10 people who do hear me and take what I'm saying, I know that like 2 or 3 out of those 10 people are going to take it serious. And those 2 to 3 people make it well worth the while to repeat myself and go over things more in depth, reiterate over and over and over and over and over and over. Those 2 to 3 people make it worth every single time. Those 2 to 3 people are always worth it. So it really doesn't bother me because of those people. Those people really do. And you know who you are. I'm not going to sit here and name names. I mean, you know who you are if you work your ass off. But those are the people that understand. Those are the people that understand the difference between, you know, going through the routine and are in the maintaining phase, or are you one of those people who are kind of getting into the growing phase before the maintaining phase? And if you're not either one of those, then you're not even trying to learn. You know, you have to be in one of those phases. You're not in nothing, and if you are in nothing, then you're not trading. Who do you think you are? I am. SPY wants to go higher, in my opinion. We just need to break 440.50. Yeah, 440.50 is the big level. I don't really have a guess on where I think we're going. I think both sides are just tired after this week because we're under the 3-day range. We broke lower, so getting a push back up to it, that wouldn't surprise me. I would not be surprised to see us push towards 441s, 442s. That wouldn't surprise me because that's almost a needed retest to some extent. But at the same time, you know, if this is already enough for bears on this on bigger time frames, it could be enough to just keep them in range before next week, and then maybe we'll see them break lower or try to hold range and invalidate, try to push higher. We'll see. You know, so today could just be a getting kind of information day, getting all the information you can. Josh pump it. To pump it, I would have to play Must Be Dreaming. And if that doesn't work, then it needs to come down. If Must Be Dreaming doesn't send it, then nothing will. Max Payne is 438. Thank you, Ace. 438. Need to keep that in mind. Because if you get any good push before the end of the day, Max Payne could actually be pretty favorable for a drop end of day, where you see them try to pull it back as close as they can. They might not make it to it, but pull it back as close as they can to it to make as many, to pull out as much premium out of the market as they possibly can. Eric, you did not have to do that. Eric just gifted 1 membership. Greg Shanks won it. Greg, be sure to thank Eric for that. Eric, thank you seriously for that. I hope, not really for me, I really more hope so for that person or for anybody who ends up winning any gifted membership. I saw people get one earlier from Shane. I saw Eric give out one. I think I saw Daffy give out one or someone else signed up. Either way, though, doesn't matter. If you are gifted a membership, please take advantage of that. Again, this isn't for me. Someone else just paid $5 for you to get access to content that is well worth more than $5. So please, go through that content. Take advantage of what they just gave you. But thank you again, Eric. That is highly appreciated. Seriously. I really do hope they take advantage on that. Bill coming through saying, thank you to whoever gave me a membership last week. I don't remember who it was either, Bill, because we had like 10 people gift a bunch. Because I'm not joking. Last week, there was like 30 or 40 gifted memberships from members. Not even just from me, because I gave out like 5 or 10 last week. But there were a ton of gifted memberships. So thank you, Bill, for recognizing that. Good job. Thank you guys for being appreciative. Because, yeah, they did not have to do that. That was really cool. Everybody giving that away. Again, let me pull it up just so everybody's on the same page. But everybody pull up your YouTube. I mean, you're already on it. You're listening to me. But pull up YouTube. Look at my channel like this. Membership right here. This is what you're getting access to. Besides being able to talk in any of the streams or streams I don't have it on members only, whatever, you know. But go through this. There's I think we're close to 60 videos. I keep not going back to count, but we're just under 60. I know we're over 50. But tons of videos though. My spy scenarios video comes out once a week. And I am working on extra uploads. It's just, you know, all the uploads with the channel, the streams, the chat, everything, all the different holidays we've been dealing with. But yeah. But I just wanted to show y'all where that content is, because I know some people get it and then they don't realize that they have it, and then even later on they're like, well, crap, where do I go look? So I just wanted to make sure you guys understand where to look. Daffy said he still likes the 15-minute candle. And you're about to have another 30-minute and another 15-minute candle right here in about less than 10 seconds. Still holding this bullish reset from this candle, or I'm sorry, from this candle. Pushed up, reset, held reset, continuing to hold reset. See if they make the new high here, or they're going to reject it, and then over the next hour or so, then maybe we'll see a pullback. If not, bulls will still be continuing, and we'll see if they can push through 440.50s by that time. But the 30-minute does still look good, 15-minute does still look good. They are at very important resistance, though, so keep that in mind, too. Again, that's that previous day high supply we were dealing with. Around 440. Jack said, Tesla 15-minute 3-bar play is playing out beautifully. Great work, man. You called that out early on. React said same with Amazon. Oh, with your pullback and then go up. The pullback and bounce, that's what you're looking for. Good looks, React. React, I don't know where you came from, man, but I love your engagement, man. You've been very active in here. You've been very active in the chats, man. I really do appreciate that. You're one of those names I feel like I've just been reading a bunch of lately. I appreciate your engagement and activity, man. And I don't really mean that in terms of like, thanks for making my chat active, man. I don't really care about that. But I do like it because the more I've seen people active in my chat, the more I've seen them grow at a faster rate. And I don't know if that's because of them bouncing back ideas off of other people or constantly holding themselves accountable. I don't know the exact reason behind it. I would say it's one of those two. But it's definitely noticeable, though. You know, when you see someone start getting super active in chat, I promise you, within like 2-3 months, that person is like a celebrity in chat, and everybody knows who they are because they're super active, and at the same time, they've grown a lot, you know? So it's really nice to see. But I'm serious about that. I even used to have it as like a thing in my fact channel in chat. I would say, guys, the more you engage, the more you grow. It's crazy. Hey B, how you been? Good, Chef. Thank you for asking. How you doing, Chef? Chef B. What does the B stand for in Chef again? I feel like you told me before. Don't say Bueller.
Bro, that is so weird. I almost said Bravo too. I almost said Chef Bravo because I was gonna be stupid and be like, Alpha Bravo, blah blah blah. But then I was like, that isn't it. My last name is Bravo. Wait a minute. Is your first name Johnny? Is he Johnny Bravo? B stands for Toppy Tip. I'll never live it down. Need to stop bouncing between stars. It's really messing with my consistency. Wait, between strats. He probably meant strats. My bad. Yeah, man. I mean, we've had that talk, React. I'm sure you've heard it from me. I'm not going to repeat it. I'm not going to annoy you with that again. But you know damn well. You know damn well what needs to be fixed. Consistency. And it's not about, like, people always like, man, I need to be consistent in my trading. Like, what the hell does that even mean? It's like, you want to consistently make money? Okay, cool. But how can you do that, React? We both know the answer to that. A consistent routine with consistent rules, consistent variables. Nothing inconsistent. Nothing that shakes the ground too much, right? Because we want to give ourselves a chance. Which is funny. A lot of the time, people fail because of that exact reason. It has nothing to do with them being dumb. It has nothing to do with IQ. It has nothing to do with luck. It has nothing to do with anything they've done besides the fact that they didn't give themselves a chance. How can we give ourselves a chance? By sticking to the same routine, to the same system, to the same strategy for a longer period of time, not just switching it up every 5 seconds. And I can sit here and say, go out there, find that strategy, stick with it for a while. I'm not going to do that. You can go do whatever the hell you want. You can come join our chat. You can chart the way we chart, trade the way we trade, which, again, is all just normal. It's not anything crazy. We trade by price action. We trade by price history. Again, that's it. Price. Nothing lagging there. Then you can add on all your fancy stuff. But learn the raw part of the chart first. I just want the best for Daffy. And then in quotations, because I'm in calls. That's funny. 427. Where's this at? That's so cool, React. I had no clue that that was like that. I have actually been wanting to do another video like that with a different person, and then in like 3 to 4 months have follow-up one-on-ones with those people, like with Blink, for instance, or with anybody else I do it with, and then show the progress of when they learned from when I talked to them all the way up to that point, and then we can talk about their progress, what they've learned, what they've grown over, and what they're focused on for the future. It's kind of a cool little journey thing I kind of want to do with a couple people. I just haven't decided who I'm doing this with, because Blink is a very special person. You really do have to find someone who's open-minded, someone who is hungry, but not hungry enough to just sit there and ignore everything you're saying. Because if you're coming to someone for help and you're going to sit there and ask for their strategy and hear them out, why are you going to sit there and, either cut them off or not hear them out? It's like, what the heck? Why'd you hit me up then? So we'll see though. We'll see if I do another one of those or not, React. But I had a lot of fun making that too, because it was all like natural. It was genuine. Like it was just me and Blink chilling out, talking. That was it. You know, it had nothing. I had no script in front of me. I had no clue what I was gonna talk about that day. It was whatever he wanted to talk about, whatever pace I needed to go at that I thought was right. You know, it wasn't anything scripted, which that's most of my videos. I don't really script anything I have because I don't have the patience. But yeah, it'd be cool to do another one of those. And they're not paid. I don't do paid one-on-ones or any crap like that. I'm not doing that junk. That's where it gets a gray area. I'm not doing all that. People expect the world. So we'll see if I do another one. I see you, Vince. And yeah, I don't really have any way of like picking somebody. I'm not really picking anybody yet. I was just saying what my thought process was behind that whole thing, because I didn't know if I was going to do another one or not, but we'll see. Also, when I do those, I'm not going to sit there and talk about what you want to talk about. I'm not going to sit there and talk about some other strat you learned in some other chat. Like, if it's not something I'm focused on, then I'm going to ignore it. I'm not going to sit there and talk about something that doesn't make sense to me. David, don't pick me. Yeah, I did open a can of worms, but I just wanted the people to know that I do plan on doing more of those, and that those are going to be a really awesome series on this channel. It's just going to be a slower series. You're not going to see them pop up every week. It's a lot more in depth of a conversation than just covering one or two things. If you go watch that one-on-one video, you'll see I cover a lot of different things, but it's all, again, within my system. I'm never going to sit here and be like, yeah, man, let's talk about MACD or RSI, because I totally use that all the time. I don't. I'm not going to sit there and talk about things I don't use. So you also have to keep that in mind. That's another thing, a lot of reasons I don't like to do one-on-ones is people are not open-minded in that manner either. They think, oh, he's giving me time to focus on me. This must mean I can talk about whatever I want to talk about. Like, no. You need to be focused. No, you're good, React. I did have some people hit me up for it, so I just had to say it. I wanted to reiterate and be very clear on my position on this conversation, so you guys don't hear something wrong. Because you guys will freak out at this, but some people will hear like one word in my sentence, and then they'll message me like a week later. I don't know if they're like trying to trick me to hope I forget something, but they'll hit me up and say some things that I definitely never said. And it's like, what the heck? Are you sure I said that? Or are you just remembering wrong, you know? So I like to be very clear. And yes, you will get an update on Blink. I've already talked to him about that. I'm going to give him 3 to 4 months before we do another update video with him. So you'll be waiting a while on that one. I don't want to give you guys some bullshit progress update. And I am very comfortable when I do my one-on-ones with people, like with Blink, for instance. I'm very comfortable with him because I'm not going to sit there and babysit him every day. I'm not going to sit there and message him every day. Right? He's going to have to do some work on it, and he has been. I don't have to do anything for him. So I want to give him a ton of room, a ton of time, and I think 3 to 4 months is a great amount of time to see how much he can stretch his legs, how much he can spread his legs and get out of the nest. But again, he's probably one of the first to have taken this seriously, though. And I'm not trying to be rude to you guys, but I don't think some of you would last through some of the work I've put Blink through. Too many times do we do this work together where someone hits me up, I try to help them out, and they focus on taking more trades than listening to anything I'm saying. It's like, dude, stop trading, stop jumping into trades, stop for just 5 seconds, sit still. They can't do that, and that's where all of those turn wrong. People just cannot not trade. It's crazy. When in reality, you need to be focused on visualizing, mental trading. Then you can scale into a real account. Then you can learn the staircase method, focus on that for a while. You get into these real accounts and you're like, well, how come I don't know how to enter it? Because you haven't practiced. It would feel the same way if you've never practiced basketball. You get on the court, you don't know what the hell you're doing. Guess what? It's because you've never played basketball before. It has nothing to do with you being dumb or not having skill. It's because you haven't practiced. You haven't given yourself a chance. But yeah, we will definitely do that update though, Chef. I can't wait to do that. Just going to give it some good amount of time though, because I really do want to show you guys how it should be done. This isn't a quick process. You don't do this in 1 month and you're like, all right, I'm good. No, it's a process. Consistently hammering over the same information over time. That's really what gets you in gear. Repetitively too. Oh, but I went over it twice. I should memorize this, right? No, you need to be going over this for a while, not just twice. All right, guys, everybody wave bye to Daffy. He said, all right, fam, I will go pray and catch up with you all later. See you later, Daffy. Thanks for being in here, man. Thanks for all the amazing content, plays, updates, levels, just everything you've done this week, man. Seriously, thank you again. Why is it so simple yet extremely difficult at the same time? Because it takes time. You can't expect, you're not going to feel growth quickly, right? You're going to feel pain a lot quicker, if that makes sense. Daffy the ABBV god, dude, literally. Let me get back to that though. So when you're growing, you're not gonna like make one trade and it like goes your way, whatever. Let's say you make money on it, whatever. A positive outcome happens, right? And you make it to it, whatever. You keep your money, you move on, and then the next trade happens. And the next trade happens, and the next trade happens, the next trade happens, the next trade happens, the next trade happens. Let's say you win, lose, win, lose. You're not going to feel that progress of like, oh, I'm making more money or I'm making better trade. No, you need to be focused on mentally finding these trades like, oh, it's holding above this level. I like that. Let me set a stop here. Here's my target. Like, you need to be doing that every time you're looking at the stuff, not just when you think it works and when you don't think it will. And you shouldn't be guessing either. You shouldn't be thinking, oh, I think it's going to hold this and push up to here. Why are you thinking? Plan. Give yourself consistent words, a consistent plan, not hypothetical situations that have no variables that sit still, variables that are constantly moving around, right? So one, practicing a bunch, visualizing a bunch. Yes, it's very simple, but at the same time, very difficult. Why is that? Because it's very easy to learn the levels. I would even say it's easy to learn what the entries are. But what's hard? What's so hard about that? Discipline, patience, being able to do this over and over and over again. How many times have you guys heard me say maintaining is the hardest part? Anybody could pick up a phone or pick up a computer and start trading and learning. Anybody could do that. Maintaining is the hardest part. Getting to the point where you're drawing your levels, trading, cleaning it off. Drawing your levels, cleaning it, trading. Over and over and over and over and over and over. Getting the before, the during, and the after effect of what you're trading around, what you're planning around, what you're looking at. That whole process, doing that over and over and over again over a long period of time, will instill a lot of great discipline into you, a lot of really good patience, and you'll be visualizing a lot more. You'll have a lot more confidence, a lot more knowledge of what's in front of you. That is why it's simple and hard at the same time, because it is simple, but it's not so simple. I like how you put that, though. Also, emotions, Who's to say that just because you practice this mentally, once you jump into that live account, you're probably going to make a couple mistakes just because you're actually tying something to the chart. Whereas before, you were just focused on ideas, things working out or not working out. You throw money into an account, now it's a whole lot more. There's a whole lot more connected to that chart. Big. I've been doing that, clearing my charts in the AM, then recharting it. Definitely helps so much more. It does. It gives you like that refresh effect, like cleaning it off, getting it back on your screen, and then it feels new. It feels good to you. It feels memorized a little bit more. It's almost like you've reiterated the chart's information to yourself by deleting it, redrawing it. Very good add-on, Dondu. Fun fact, Dondu is actually an astronaut, if you guys didn't know that. How do I get my portfolio to the moon? You play only up. Really just still seeing a battle over 440, guys. This is the point of control as far as I'm concerned right now. Again, because this is previous day high supply. Rejected it, try to get over it, trying to hold over it. If they can continue holding this over the next whatever amount of time before today's close, this can be very, very good sign for bulls on both time frames, really. Again, still concerned with us not getting back into the 3-day range if we do not get back over 441.50s today. Because again, that was the 3-day range that we just dropped outside of. If you go back to the 5-day, 5-minute, 441 up to 444.30, sorry, was our 3-day range. We broke down this morning, or last night, this morning, or sorry, yesterday morning. Stuck there all day. Even got a good buy reaction after making it lower, and now we're just kind of stuck in this area, looking to see if we want to go reject, retake, reject, pull back, and we're kind of in a gray area right now. So this isn't really a time to go be jumping around into trades early. Intraday time frames too. You know, they're really battling out to the cent in this area to see who has control. As far as I'm concerned, this is bullish control until they break 440s. Let's check the 15 and 30. That still doesn't look too bad. Still doesn't look too bad. We're also getting in a lower volume part of the day. So if we don't get this follow up here, is it really unfair? No, it's a fair part of the day to reverse because it's a lower volume part of the day. We're getting into lunchtime, guys. Not going to be as many people trading right now. Big money's got to eat too. Amazon is cooking. AMD tapping pre-market high. Good callouts, good callouts. How's everyone doing though? Sorry guys, I'm like checking DMs, Discord, and YouTube. I'm like checking all three at once. I like to make sure my people are all alive and well. You guys would be really surprised at how many people I personally DM just to make sure they're alive. As a mentally unstable person, I like to check on other mentally unstable people. 132 calls on Amazon for next week paying. Great call out React. Meta trying again. Good call out E. Oh, that's why I thought you and Bill were the same person. Because I see Bill E and then I just see E and I think you're the same. Yeah, I'm dumb. I was about to be like, dude, you don't have to keep switching accounts to talk to me. Still just getting a good push so far. I mean, again, we're already aware this is bullish control. We just need to keep seeing them hold to this area and try to get a good move. They get some distance between them and 440. This will look a lot better. Breaking out of day's high. Good call out. Triple Qs, that is. Great. Tesla pushing finally. Good update by Chef. Chef Bravo. You guys always send me pretty funny DMs. Oh my god, Eric, I just saw what you sent. Of course. He's like, I found Must Be Dreaming on YouTube. That's funny. When you have to find it on YouTube because Spotify isn't enough. Will anyone be watching Oppenheimer when it comes out? I don't know if I'll be seeing it when it comes out, but I'll definitely be seeing that movie because I've heard nothing but amazing things. And I was already interested in that kind of stuff before that movie was coming out. So the fact that they're actually coming out with a new one and it's with like a shit ton of actors, dude, that movie's probably going to be amazing. And I know, completely off topic, but the GameStop movie, I don't know if y'all saw the trailer for that. But the GameStop movie, I was hating on it before it even the concept came out, but I already am taking back what I was saying. It actually does look really, really good with how they're doing it and the actors they're using. It literally looks like The Big Short almost, but GameStop. So I think that movie will be pretty good too. Do people really still make fake Ricky Gutierrez accounts and join our chat? That's crazy. I doubt the real Ricky Gutierrez would spend 5 milliseconds on joining a Discord server. Good continuation by bulls on SPY. Like I said, I mean, you're basically seeing supply turn demand. You're bullish as long as this level holds, but to give bulls more confidence, we do need to see a little bit more distance from that level. So if we can get a good push over pre-market high, that'd be a second sign. If people are taking profits here, they're definitely not dumb because, again, supply turning demand, very next level above is pre-market high. So some short-term scale out there. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw some wicking action there. You saw it there at first. They're already pushing over it again, so looks like they might not do it a little bit more aggressively than that. They do want to push over. Whoa, somebody posted a Beyond chart? Oh my god. Let's go. Oh, it was Burok. Okay, okay. As soon as I saw that ticker, I was like, no way. Somebody's analyzing the market.
should have chose a different number for my poll. Josh, trade plan helped a lot today when we held the 438 to 438.40 area, and the review of the previous high of day supply helped my play a lot. Awesome, David. I'm happy to hear that I'm able to help you out without doing it for you. I really am happy to hear that, because all I've done is just gone over facts of the chart. So if you're able to get some confidence or just information about something, that's great. Good job, David. Round of applause for David for listening to the trade plan this morning. Round of applause. Because what is right here? I mean, I don't type this for no reason. That's why it's hard for me to like feel bad when people are like, "Oh, I was on the, opposite side," or, if they're like, "Oh, that was on me." That's okay, whatever. We make mistakes, but you can't sit there and just cry. I mean, Jesus. Set a clear plan for the day. I haven't once gotten super bearish yet for day trades just because we haven't really broken anything. Held support, built a higher low. I mean, this was like the one short that was decent. Mel got that, but even I said that was early. If you didn't want to catch that, totally fine. Wait for the double bottom, wait for the next try. Didn't happen. They held it, pushed over supply, held supply. I mean, since then we've been talking, really since here we've been talking about it, saying that as long as they hold 430 or 440, I keep saying 439.40, 440, that they will try to continue higher and at least hit your pre-market high. If they can break through pre-market high, then we can maybe reach the bottom of the 3-day range that I literally just talked about. So that's why it's really hard for me to like get on to other people that say they aren't paying attention or anything, because it's like, dude, we literally had a pre-market stream this morning. We make a watch list every day, even when I don't have a pre-market stream. We always have a game plan. It's never just me starting a stream up and you guys are given zero information, So it's hard for me to feel bad for someone if they come in here and complain like that. It's like, I don't know. I'm not saying you're going to do perfect if you listen to what I say. I'm just saying you'll have a better idea of what to expect for the day. I'm never going to say if you listen to me, you'll succeed. No, because that's just not true. But thank you, David, for saying that. I do appreciate you, and shout out to you for paying attention and sticking to it. I'm happy that you weren't asking me questions to change the way you traded. You were asking me questions to see if you were still favorable in your trade, see if you were still confident in what you were looking at, see if you had double confirmation with maybe what I was seeing. So good. Glad to see that. And that's exactly how you should use the chat. A lot of those guys look at really good levels, looking at the same stuff as you, So it's good to engage there too. David coming through after that as well. Another thank you to David. Round of applause to David, guys. Gifted a membership, and Deuce won. Good job, Deuce. My boy Noxa is still getting scammed by YouTube. SF, it's rigged. You didn't get it. SF's like, I'm trying to get my re-up gifted membership, dude. Make sure you guys check that screen out too. If you go check out your membership screen, you should be able to post, hey, here's my notification. I've been a member for this many months. If you see that, go click on it. I know some people have been here for 4 or 5 months. I think WAG is one of the oldest. It's between WAG, Jack, and one of the Davids, I think. I'd have to go look again. But one of you are getting very close to purple. Or not purple, whatever the next color is. Orange. Yeah, if I was in a mental trade off of that supply,
I probably would have taken most profits here, and I'd probably be skimming some here just because we aren't there yet, but I don't really want to be the last guy stuck here. So if I was in a mental trade, I'd probably be fully getting out of my position now. Nice little move. Makes sense too. Finally, you know, tested it, didn't have the follow through to get either side. Tested it, held it. Finally giving themselves a chance to try and make it to that next area. Very clean intraday chart, though. I will say that. If anybody you hear around you says today's price action sucks, they just were not paying attention. You could say it was slow. I'll give you that one. But definitely not ugly. Very, very clean price action today. Stuck with the levels very well. Even though we had news right before open. And again, I'm going to try and be better about that. Today I did that too. I think I was like here at like 7:40, but then I saw the news was coming. I was like, oh wait, I just need to wait. So I waited 20, 30 more minutes, and I was like, whatever, I'll just do a pre-market stream and post my list really late. Days where news comes out right before the open, I am going to start adjusting my list more like that. So if you see news coming out right before market open, I'm probably going to post my list very late, like right at open or right before open. But pretty much all the time, though, it will be posted at open or before open. I don't like to post it afterwards because then it doesn't give people enough time to look at it or to review it, to accommodate the levels on their own chart. Round of applause for React. He just got a 100% trade. Is that true, man? Seriously, round of applause. React, good stuff. Very happy to hear that from you, man. After I was just saying how much he engages in here, too. And again, all credit to React. I'm never going to sit here and say, React only got that because of me, or he only did that because of Chad, or he only did this because of this guy. No, React did that because of React. Good job, man. Protect those gains now. See how chat's doing. Next target, previous day high. Done, done, done. Okay, now not to get too greedy, take the profits on the way. Yes, sir. Good stuff. There's React with that 90% gain. Good job, man. So happy for you, man. You deserve that. That was a good hold. Good job, Daffy. Still kicking ass. Good job, everybody. You're good, React. It was close.
Good stuff, though, man. That's what I like seeing. I like seeing you guys do good, but with reasoning. I don't want to just say you do good and get lucky. No, that's getting lucky is probably worse than losing, in my opinion. Because when you get lucky, you're giving yourself false conviction, false confidence. You know, you're going off things that didn't actually work. You just got lucky. You know, you were in the right place at the right time, kind of thing. Not even really luck. But this is why it's good to have a consistent strat, consistent routine, because then you're never really doing anything new or different. You're sticking to the same thing you've been practicing over and over again. It just might look a little different. There might be different variations. It might have taken a different amount of time. It's never going to look the exact same way. Good job, though, React. Again, very happy for you. Well deserved. The rare lunch pump. All right, well, good job, everybody. Let's post this so everybody has an update. And this is what I'm going to say to everybody. Moustache bot. Here. Spy. Update. Bulls came through after holding the mentioned Bulls came through after holding the mentioned area, or mentioned range, needed to hold for bulls to move higher. If I can type, holy God, I can't type today. Can't type any day. Bulls came through after holding the mentioned range after and have now hit that 3-day range we spoke of. Send that, zoom this out, get a screenshot of this, show people I'm not crazy, send them that picture. Alright, now we're good. Back to square one. Good job, Daffy. Good job, anybody else who is helping on add alerts on the 15, 30 minute, or any of the intraday time frames for SPY. I liked a lot of those updates. A lot of you guys didn't just say, oh, I think it's going to go up or down. You guys gave reasoning, and that's what I like about that. Because even if you're wrong, at least you had a reason. You don't want to just say, I think it's going to go down. Now, what can we expect, guys? I want to see somebody hit me with a logical answer. When you guys always come at me and say, you know, what can we expect next? I'm going to ask you guys now, because I want to see who the hell is learning and who's not. What can we expect next? Seriously, guys. You guys have gotten the breakdown from me all day long. What is next? What are the scenarios in front of us? What do bulls want? What do bears want? 2 questions to ask yourself every time you approach a chart. There you go. Green candlestick is essentially correct. Bears will try and respect this overhead supply. Bulls will want to push through. Exactly. We either get to push through, and it's, I mean, you can't even really call that parabolic because they have had a reset. They had to have a retest. They broke over supply, couldn't, did it again, couldn't, did it again, held. This is the 80%. This is the retest. This is the control of the move. This is the rally. The 40% just didn't get any follow through. 80% finally got the follow through after turning supply into demand. So now you're either looking for them to, one, push all the way through, you know, which again, we've seen that happen time and time again. Very hard to catch a new trade on that. Again, those are the trades you like to have runners on, not getting into a new trade after it's already done half the move. Get a rejection of this area, pull back down to here, try to hold the pre-market high, so you can get another 80% entry, shorter term retest, which I think is a little bit more higher probability because of the time of day, which again, I don't think this will give you a good enough trade opportunity, but I do believe you will be coming down to here because of the time of day and where we just hit. But you have that scenario. Now, whether when they do pull this down and back up, whether that means they're going to pull it back down and keep us in range, pull it back down, make a new low, pull it back up, make a new high, it doesn't matter. By that time, too much time has been wasted. Oh, my bad, React. I didn't see what you said. Maybe it was a typo or something. You guys don't have to delete your message, though. If you say something, it's just because there's a little bit of delay between you and me. From me streaming to the YouTube servers, and the YouTube server streaming it to wherever the hell you're watching it from. So there's a little bit of a delay, but I have no delay selected, so it's as quick as it possibly can be. Oh, it wasn't the right answer. It's okay. Even having a wrong answer is better than saying nothing, you know, because by having a wrong answer, at least I can see you're trying, you know, at least you're trying to get the answer right, and then you'll remember, oh, that's not right. So even if you don't remember the right answer, you will remember that what you said is not right, you know, whatever you said. It's just good to do that, so. But thank you for answering. I'm seeing some consolidation to form on Tesla and a possible leg up for some more. I said look for a pullback to 440. Oh, that's you're correct then. You weren't wrong. You were right on the dot. It's one of the scenarios. Remember where I asked, though? I didn't ask what's the bullish scenario. I didn't ask what's the bearish scenario. I asked what's everything. So don't just give me one side. Like green candlestick, he gave me two sides. I'm not looking for just one side of the story. I want to know both sides of the story. What do bulls want? What do bears want? And I'm more asking you in a sense for you to tell yourself that. You don't have to type back an answer to me. I really just want you to hear that, so then you realize, oh, okay, now I know what to expect. Now, and why do we do that? Does anybody want to answer me and tell me why do we have to reiterate things to ourselves over and over and over and over and over? Does anybody want to know why? Does anybody already know why? Sounded more right. He's been around a minute, so I'll give him that one. But seriously, why do we do that? Why do we constantly... Why do we do that? Kai responded and said, could be making a ton of wins, get too confident, not stick to rules properly because you think you're too good for them. Gotta constantly remind yourself that the market can be humbling. Yes, it can be. That's a very good reason. That was actually up the alley of what the answer is. I was gonna say it's so you don't become biased. It's so you don't become directionally choosing something. So you don't have tunnel vision. So you remind yourself of a lot of things, really. It's really to refresh yourself in every sense. Because if let's say you take a trade here, then 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 you take a trade here. If you're doing that over and over and over every week, every day, not really having any stability in what and how you're making your decisions, then you're not sticking to the levels. You're not sticking to the zones. You're not doing anything. You're just randomly trading at that point.
So it's good to have a consistent variable to go off of. Again, there you go with the variable talk again. Another consistent variable. Again, not changing things up. So if you're taking random trades that you have not practiced, then you're just fooling yourself. But it's also good to have that refresher just so you don't get that tunnel vision, so you don't overtrade. Maybe you have a sticky note next to you that has all your rules, and you're like, you know what? I just like to sometimes get that refresher so I can reread my rules again, and then hopefully make better decisions over time. So it's very beneficial in many directions. I see a lot of really good answers. To ingrain it in your memory so we don't become biased. Yes, yes. Amazing reasons. I like what Kai said. I like what John said. I like what Steve said. Afghana Mafia asked, B, you make these supply and demand levels yourself, correct? Good job, Daffy. 100% on your spy play. Very happy for you, man. Great call out. You don't have to say from the YouTube stream alert. That was all you, man. All credit to you. Fitz, he said, grabbed at 2 spy calls at the hold of 440, hit trail stop for 24% when it wicked. Oh, okay, you like trail stops. Good stuff, man. Those are really good tools for not having to check on it as much. It's a good little, like, you know, guidance. But taking my green and chilling for the rest of full day Friday. Thank you, Bueller and team, for everything you guys do here. All credit to you, Fitz. That's all you, man. All credit goes to you. Bad day for me just because I sized heavy on a swing, went red and got scared, so sold, and then didn't have the confidence to take my setups today. Amazing lesson learned. There you go, peoples. Man, that one hits different for me because I feel like I've been in that situation a lot in the past. It's because of mixing swing and day trading, but it's not because of the mix. It's because of me not focusing. I like that you took personal responsibility and learned a lot from what you did. Now you know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. As you can see, I'm mentally losing it.
All right, see our sectors. Tech, very awesome recovery. Even with healthcare pulling back that much, we saw SPY get a good move. And now that healthcare is trying to recover more, it helps SPY even more. Banks got a good push after they consolidated over old supply, turned into demand after the amount of consolidation. You have discretionary pretty much doing the same thing. They didn't have as much consolidation, but still a nice move. A good clear retest on top. And it looks like comms are late to the party on retesting, but they are also trying. Oh, I did do a futures chart. I don't know if you guys even care about futures or not. But I have been drawing them for the chat. Some nights when I stay up, I'll post the levels and stuff. But if you guys do want this link, I can give it to you. Just let me know. Oops, wrong channel. People's oversized. See, it's great. It's good too, because like even if you did take a loss on that, like if you were probably sized, I'm not gonna say correctly, but more relative to you're used to, I feel like that wouldn't even have been as noticeable of a hit. And I think you've already realized that yourself too. Good stuff though, man. You know how hard it is though, for people to look back at stuff like that and be like, oh, I messed up. I should have done this or that. You know, it's so hard for people to even just do that much because they don't think it helps. They think, oh, I'm just being Captain Hindsight. Yeah, if you say things a certain way, you are. If you just make up the impossible, yeah, you are being Captain Hindsight. Don't be Captain Hindsight when you're reviewing the chart. Review things that are realistic. You wouldn't sit here and say, oh, I should have known to buy the bottom here and sell right here. I should have known that. Should have just known. You would not have known that. Could you look at Google? I'm in a swing for next week to upside. Damn, that chart looks good. Alright, so there's a couple things to take away from this. You did have a breakdown. Stop there. And you got a dark cloud cover lead test on the daily time frame. That is so sexy. That would have been a beautiful entry. Since then, you 100% it out so we can remove that, move away from it. So that was clean. Now let's see, since then, what have we done? So let's go from the high of this move to the low of this move and how much have we recovered. So you see the breakdown, you see all that good stuff. We made it to the halfway point, a very regular piece of price action. So right now, they're kind of just in the range. They're in limbo. So you can't really be bullish or bearish bias right now. Right now, you need to be looking for bearish signals to pop up against this area. If they pop this, you're looking for more here. And until they invalidate over this, you know, then you can get over that. But I would look for bearish candles there until you close over 124.50s. Then you know you're home free for more upside potential to at least that dark cloud cover where they rejected the first time, and then maybe to see those recent highs. But they do look good for a little bit of move up to here, because even if you go inside this range here, delete this fib. Even if you just tell the story from recent price action, the low up to this move before, you know, it hit here, you can see we're actually still holding really good bullish retracement. You know, so essentially saying as long as you hold that, you should try to move higher up to these recent highs. Then you can get over this. Try to validate higher targets. That's how I would look at that, though. But yeah, let me know if that helped. Hopefully I didn't go too quick. I'm gonna go grab a water real quick. I'll let y'all stare at SPY. Oh my god, I walked away and this is what happened? The first thing I read when I got back. Feeling FOMO because I sold early, but all I hear is Bueller's voice in my head saying STFU. Good, good. I'm glad I'm in your head. Because what do we know about this, Zaya? What do we know? We know that unless you're in multiple contracts, it's not possible to make it to here without reasoning, right? So if you're in one contract plays, is it really fair to say you should be making it here? No, because you're not at this part of your process yet. You're at getting to this part to getting to this part. You're not at this part of the process yet, right? A lot of people in here aren't. So it's not fair to say that you should be catching this move because that's not part of the process you're in yet, right? We're growing right now. But it's something to look forward to. Something you could still visualize, practice all you want. He's in my head saying, write that down. My bad, Daffy, what'd you say? You can't gift on the phone. I guess you could Venmo me if you want to, or wait till Monday. It's really either way for me. I don't really care either way. Either way is cool for me, man. It's really what you want to do. Sorry, I was catching up. I did walk away for a minute, but I'm here now. I just saw what was posted in chat. Sorry, guys. Rambo's on fire. I can't ignore that. When my people get hyped, I have to hype them up. I don't like to people win alone. I like people to feel that love. Guys, rain check. Daffy is going to be gifting the free memberships on Monday. So if you are here on Monday, you have a chance of winning free memberships if you do not already have it, or if you're looking to extend yours somehow. Write that down. Write that down. Good job, Jack, too. He's posting really, really good updates in the trade floor. You guys should see the trade floor right now. This shit's crazy. So is recession canceled? Look, from that to this. Yo, round of applause though. Who all was here for the pre-market stream and paid attention to the game plan? Again, I'm not asking who caught this for a gains, who caught this for a trade. I don't care. But who was paying attention and got the reasoning behind why this broke out? Where did it come from, and what was the reasoning behind it? Was everybody here for that? Was anybody not here for that? If not, please go back into the stream. Check out some of the game plans we talked about this morning. Check out some of the updates at the different points of the chart as they tested or broke certain levels that you were looking at. Definitely go check that out. Today's stream, very informative on the movement. But very happy for anybody who caught any of that. Again, I don't care about the trades, more or less. I'm more focused on the reasoning and confidence behind everything. Again, does this happen every day, guys? No. You're not always going to get a good, favorable move like this in one direction, right? So what do we like to do? The staircase method. So let's say we were in for a retest entry as supply turned demand. Most contracts taken here, a lot of them taken here, the rest of them probably taking it towards the top of the supply. If you somehow caught this move, it had to have been with one contract. 1, 2, at the very most. No way. You know? So the staircase method, again, it's showing you exactly how helpful it can be for days like this and for days that don't happen like this. For days that end up breaking out and they do stop right here and pull back down. This is why the staircase method is so effective. 100% and wow. The explanation in real time before it happens is so crazy. Thank you, Julian. Appreciate you. I've been seeing your name a shit ton too, man. I'm always happy to see your name. Thank you for being around and just being positive. I really do appreciate that. The positive vibes are really appreciated. And guys, we have about 3 hours left in the market. Hopefully by now you guys have caught some opportunity, or at least seen some, so you could practice in your head, take some mental trades, and relax the rest of the day, because now you can just analyze the charts. We can go to bigger time frame, smaller time frame, without any bias weighing in on it. I can look at Baba. I'll try to find a reason, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, this is why, dude. Wow, that's crazy. I probably would have sold it open too, dude. I can't blame you. That's a nasty move. I mean, you get $3, $4, almost $5 move into the open. And if you only had one con, then yeah, take profit here. That makes sense to me. I don't see how that was a problem. The question isn't, how do I catch, you know, everyone's question is always, how do I catch this? It's not, how do I secure what I already did? You know, it's like, this could have reversed just as well as it did this today. So if you only had one contract, is it really fair to say that you should have held to this? No, it's not, because you didn't have enough contracts or equity in the position to effectively scale out of this position as you reach farther targets, right? It just wouldn't make sense. So you did the right thing. Meta looks really good for a potential 80%. I hate to say it now though, because SPY's already started rallying, you know? But Meta looks really good on that support. Amazon's making a new high, Nvidia's holding up higher. New high of day for Microsoft, new high of day for AMD. Apple's up near their high of day still. So, I mean, everything is just kicking ass right now. Zoom in. You had one? Well, there you go, Chef. See? I can't beat you up. I think you did great. Based on what you had, I think you did fine. Now the question remains, will we continue holding over 441.70s, hold this, build up higher, break through the next area, or are we going to take our slowdown now that we broke back into the 3-day range? A lot of room below now too, so I mean they could essentially drop $1, still hold, build base here, still be bullish going into next week. But this 3-day range that we just broke under this yesterday, very important because now we're back in it. Let me know if that update makes sense. Give you guys some extra info. I mean, it's something I've already said 3-4 times in today's stream. Just making sure everyone's on the same page. I'll scroll this up so you guys can see the news because there is a little bit more happening today, but it's not as important as anything else that's happened this week. Now I start to see volume dropping. Oh yeah, volume tipped off hard after those bigger green candles. I mean, these last 4 essentially don't have that much volume in it, especially the last 3. Another thing to take note, and this is a really good way Leland looks at candles too. I like to look at candles this way too. Is point of like control. You know, we made this high. Okay, we have that high. Where's that candle's low? Okay, it's about right here. Look what we're still stuck inside of ever since we made that high. We're just trading inside of ourselves. How many of you have seen the Iron Hands video? It's a very, very old video. That is a very good way of looking at navigating the levels, navigating the trends of the price action in front of you. It's just a really good way of thinking about things. If you haven't seen that video, check it out. It's a very, very old video on my channel. But the thinking behind it, though, is very helpful in how you should look at price action the right way. After 87 votes, 69% of you believe we will close over 440. 31% say under. Of course, a lot of these votes were taken 2 hours ago, so... Y'all can hear me, right? My volume's not messed up? Or my chat's not moving? Something's messed up here. New high of day popped for a half second there. We'll see if they can hold that. Alright, nobody heard what I said. Good, good. 443 incoming. Definitely looks like it. We got 442.50 right there. 442.68 from the emerging candles, I believe. And then, yeah, 443.15. A lot of really good levels outside of that area. Again, you can see the difference, too. This is like how you should think about price, too. Like, so you guys see how this is the first time price has, like, gotten to this level from underneath? First off, y'all can hear me, right? Because I just asked that and nobody answered. Give me a thumbs up if y'all can hear me. I need to, like, triple check that y'all can hear me. I don't want to go talk about this and then I've been muted this whole time. Okay, okay, thank you. I said it and y'all didn't say anything, so then I, like, started freaking out even more. It's like, okay, well, maybe they can't hear me. But what I wanted to get at is the tempo of things. So, I don't really know the wording of what I'm trying to go for here. Just hear me out. So, first time getting to this area of supply. So, what is an area of supply, everybody? What does supply mean? What is a range of supply? A supply zone. I don't care how you guys call it. What is an area of supply? Sellers, yes. A seller-controlled area. It's where sellers should and will be heavily present. So, what needs to be done to invalidate a seller-controlled area, right? How do you turn a resistance into a support? You have to break it, you have to hold over it, you got to move off of it. So, what kind of retest are we all aware of? We got short-term retest, we got mid-term retest, and we got full retest. We know what the full retest is. That one's so easy, right? That's where they go up and they come all the way back down to the level they broke out, they hold it, and they continue on. What's the short-term retest? A lot of the time, you end up... Now, this is a bad example because you can see they failed here, but a great candle example, though, on what a single candle will look like when you want to see a short-term retest. That's sometimes not the favorable one to take because it's hard to catch, right? And what's that mid-term retest? That's where we use that fib, right? We pull out from our first 40% entry breakout. If it can hold a certain percentage of our fib, then we can get in for a potential entry, and that's our midterm entry. Something that didn't pull all the way back, it just held a good portion of the initial breakout. Another great favorable setup to find for, right? So, to break resistance, or supply in this case, and turn it as support or demand in this case, what needs to be done? A retest, right? So what kind of retest do you think needs to happen on the first one? Which of those retests sounds like the strongest one? Hear me out. Which of those retests sounds like the strongest one? The short term, the midterm, or that full retest? Just think about it like this for a second. Let me type these out so we can stay on track here. I want y'all to think about it like this. I haven't ever thought about breaking it down like this. So you got... We're all still good. We're all still up to date. You guys are getting this up to this point. Talking about supply. All I've talked about is demand. Then we talked about how you turn one into another. What are those retests? What are the 3 types of retests we know in here? We're all still up to date. We're all still good with me. We're all still here where I am. We're all good. I can keep going. We understand what short-term retests are. We understand what mid-term retests are. We understand what full retests are. If you don't, please go back a few moments. I was just breaking them down example by example. I just want to make sure we're on the same page because it's very important. Alright, well, if you guys are with me, you didn't answer my question. What is the strongest retest out of the 3? Short-term, mid-term, or the full? What would you think is the strongest? Just answer. Even if you're wrong, it's okay. I'm going to give you the right answer afterwards anyway. It's okay. Answer. Just answer. Full retest. Exactly. Teresa got it. Teresa wins. Steve got it as well. A full retest, right? That makes sense to me. That's the strongest one. So if this is the first time that price is going to break and close over, is this what we're looking for? No. Right? We need to be looking for a more full retest, or maybe even a midterm retest. That would even be feasible, right? Because it's at least showing more strength, right? So if we're going to see something break over a supply that hasn't broken yet, that hasn't broken, closed over, had a good hold of support, and then broken over, then we know that's not it. So we see the short-term retest failed, right? We didn't get another breakout here, so that wasn't a retest at all. What happened here? Broke out. They touched where we broke out. They pulled back up. They held. So let's go from that candle then. Let's go from point of the breakout, which I'll just grab it from here because I can't really see over here, to the point of where we hit the high and slowed down. So it wasn't a midterm retest because they did close under. But what did they not break? The blue area. The thing that we were literally looking at this morning to not break. If this could not break, then we knew that sellers still had control. If buyers could get over it and not break below, then we knew buyers had control. That was the basics of today's game plan. Right? So let's zoom on up. So it makes sense then that they would use one of the 2 stronger ones to get through the first time, right? That makes sense. Because on the first time, if you get a single candle retest, is it really fair for you to sit there and say, I have such confidence in this moving higher because of a single candle retest? No, you need to be seeing a more stronger show of hands by the bulls to really get you into that chart, to really get you into that opportunity. I think we can all agree on that. It's nice to be more confident in a trade that you like more. Right? We're all still with me. So that's how you turn supply into demand, demand into supply, vice versa, support resistance, vice versa. These are how you should think about these things. So let's move on to the next breakout. Right? They break this next level. Here, let me do this. Let me zoom out. Okay, we're still pushing new highs while I'm trying to break this down. So no problems there. So now that we've already gotten our bullish breakout, right? The tempo has now changed, right? When we were back here, we didn't know who had control. Didn't know who had control, started realizing who finally had control, who finally stepped in, right? We saw sellers keep control. They kept control here, but didn't have the follow through to take it lower. Buyers took it up. Buyers held it. Buyers took it up, right? Now that's where we are in the story for today. So if we're already in bullish control, let's think logically. Do we need these 2 retests to pop up every time we break through a level? Or can we start to understand that these will start to pop up more because we're already in bullish control? Right? Does that make sense to everybody so far? All right. All right, moving on then. Sorry, I was like also texting. So it makes sense that we had the stronger retest here, but not necessarily as much so as we go higher because we understand the tempo has changed. Here, we were still kind of fighting, deciding. Here, we already knew who was decided. So is it really fair to say we're going to see as many red candles or see as many retests because of that? No. That all makes sense. We're all past that now, right? All right, so next one. Let me remove these so we can be a little easier to see. So next one. Let me zoom over here. So continuation, blah, blah, blah. Bulls still have control. Bulls still have control. They didn't even bother for retesting either this breakout or this breakout. Finally, over 441.75, we see people, whether it's taking profits in a mixture of people picking up shorts, it does not matter. You finally see a small cool down in price finally, right? You kind of saw it here, but every single time they turned it green, held it higher. Held it higher, turned it green, right? Then you got an even more massive pump, completely destroying that next area of supply that was supposed to be supply, right? This was supposed to be the next area of supply where sellers were supposed to be present. But why weren't they? Because we were already in bullish control from the first breakout. So you don't need that to happen every single time. It wasn't the first time it happened today, right? We get up to the next part. What do we have? They break 441.75. All right, well, let's go from that level to the high of the move before that slowdown. What kind of retest is this? After me explaining all three types, who can tell me which type of retest is this? Is this a short-term retest, a mid-term retest, or a full retest? It's a good little trick question here because you could say it's two of them. I'll accept any of these two answers. Either way, though, it points in the exact direction of what I'm talking about, though. Realizing the tempo, understanding what kind of retest that are going to most likely happen because of that tempo. Back down here, we were deciding, so you need stronger retest. Up here, we're not deciding so much, so we don't need as strong of retest. So which retest example is this? Short-term, mid-term, or full? Teresa said short. Steve said mid-term. Chef said short. David said short. I will accept both of those answers because they're both correct. It is a single candle retest leading into a second that bounces, right? So it has a mixture attribute from short-term retest, but at the same time, it did in fact pull down enough from the breakout. Again, the breakout wasn't that big from the recent level, right? And it held the golden pocket and the control point zone, the area in which we combine those two, right? So it also has some attributes from the midterm retest. But you could see what I'm talking about is lining up in between these two pretty much. Just like earlier when we were looking at the one down here, I'll just keep this unzoomed. It was kind of between these two, right? So we knew that we had a stronger retest, but now we're looking at this, we realize we have a weaker retest. So is it fair to say that this has to continue breaking higher after realizing the tempo is slowing down just based on realizing the types of retests you have as we are breaking higher? No, it's not. But good answers, everybody. I wanted to go over that with y'all, and regardless of y'all being correct or wrong, that didn't really matter to me. I wanted you to try. Thank you guys for trying. Thank you guys for answering back if you were. I do appreciate that. Hopefully a lot of that makes sense. Hopefully that helps you navigate the charts a little more. In my head, I kind of think about that a lot. I feel like that was the first time I've said that out loud, like in that sense. You know, I definitely go over this stuff all the time, but in a sense of like order, though, I feel like that's a good like kind of like order of operations. You know, like in math, you learn PEMDAS and all that stuff. Again, which order of what to do what. It's the same thing for this. You know, it's you see, oh, we have a really strong retest. All right, well, it's clearly because we haven't broken out yet. Oh, we broke out. We got the good retest. All right, we're continuing higher. Broke through another resistance. Broke through another resistance. Oh, here's a retest. It's a short-term retest. All right, well, I can tell from the tempo, from us going from a stronger retest to a not as strong retest, that the tempo has slowed down a little bit. So it's just good to know that. But I hope you guys enjoyed that breakdown. I'm going to go back to just looking at, you know, whatever you guys want to look at. But, yeah. That's my thought process. Hopefully that helps you navigate. 80% entry on Apple says green candlestick. While Daffy says Tesla really trying to knock out those bearish wicks. Okay, good call-outs, good call-outs. And yeah, Apple is above the pre-market high and an extended hour high. Tesla looks just like Apple, actually. Kind of up against it. And see, like this chart, this is another great kind of different example. You know, is it fair to say that you need a weak retest here? No, you probably need a strong retest here, but it's not going to be enough still, most likely. Why is that? Because we fell. We had to hold demand with a single candle retest, moved all the way back up, built some decent base, got back into here. So it's going to take some significant consolidation to move this back higher, right? Because a lot of energy was in this chart for the drop and for the reversal, just to get it back to square one again, right? So they're going to need to continue to build higher lows, continue building base, continue consolidating to keep Tesla going. Tesla looks great, but remember, go back to that tempo conversation. That's a good example, though, too, because this actually looks really good. I bet it looks even better in the 15. Yep. Finally, an exciting Friday. We finally got one, everybody. But yeah, drop a like on the stream if you guys enjoyed some of the breakdowns, some of the updates. And David, I will do that. I will snip this into a video. I'll probably have to cut up a couple parts because I paused a couple times. But I will put it up into a video if you want. No, you're good. I kind of want to as well, though. I actually have another video here that I didn't even do yesterday because I just didn't have the energy. But I have an AMD video that I was just to put together. Well, Steve, it'd just be a video of all those snippets together. You can go back if you want. That's also why I was typing it too, because I wanted to make sure you guys understood like what I'm getting at here. And if you don't understand the retest, you don't need to be on this conversation yet. You need to go back to the Fibonacci playlist, back to the trading strategies playlist, TA routine. Focus on that for a while first. This is really for people who are on like the next level. These are people who understand the levels, understand the supply demand that I draw every day, every week, on any time frame. For people who understand how to trade it, understand the basics behind it. It's for people who are working on the next part. Tempo, awareness, these are things they need to start worrying about more. Which really everyone does, but in the beginning it's hard to focus on so many things. It just becomes overwhelming, and then you start to forget some stuff, and then you just ignore some other stuff. You know, it just becomes too much. But that's why I wanted to go over that slowly with you guys, and that's why I kept stopping, making sure everybody was on the same page still, because it's a weird conversation. Like, if you ever think about it, like if you ever try to break something down to another trader, like it's kind of weird. It's like awkward almost. You know, it's like, wait, shit, how do I break this down? Oh yeah, you know, and see, so when you reiterate something, you're understanding something further. You're pretty much making yourself memorize it more. This is actually the greatest way of memorizing. It's not repeating it to yourself. It's by reiterating it, by breaking it down to a further extent. So being able to do that can help you out. You know, that's why I say please post your trade reviews, please take mental trades, and then post those trade reviews of your mental trades. Like, again, our chat is not going to hate you if you post a mental trade review in the chat where people are posting real gains, losses, all that stuff. Because that's not what we're focused on. We're focused on the reasoning. But yeah, that took a lot of breath out of me. And honestly, it was kind of weird thinking about this, but now that I've said it out loud, I understand it like 300 times more. It makes so much more sense. Because in a sense, that's how it should work. You know, if you approach a resistance for the first time, which one should you trust more? The one that gives you a single candle retest, or the one that gives you a more midterm or full retest? Something that's a little bit more confident at the first break. Probably those, because it's the first time it's broke. You know, you don't want to play something that's not as strong when it's the first time it's done it, right?
And then as you reach further targets, are you still using midterm full retests, or are you starting to see more short-term retests? You know, did you have any, you know, in between that? And this will, again, reveal the tempo of the chart to you. And it's almost being able to read volume without looking at the volume, because you're looking at the strength of the price action based on the positioning and how many times it's done something. So if this is the first time it's broken it, well, it's amazing. That's great. It can be bullish, but it's not as strong as if it had hit it once, slowed down, made, you know, a double top or whatever, and then it decided to push over top, hold on top of it, and then move from it. That's the move you want to catch, is that higher low from the breakout, not the first time it touches the level, the first time it holds over that level. Definitely a big no-no. Daffy's grabbing some calls on Tesla. He's looking for the retest of the range break. Oh, okay, nice. Good looks. Jackson, Canada, and sent me a license plate and said, "This truck is a long way from home here." It's from Texas. Jesus. Yeah, I saw DX Max say it, but there are a lot of people from Texas leaving Texas. Like, they've gone everywhere at this point. A large amount of them went to, like, California. Some of them went to, like, the northern part of the United States. Some of them went to, like, Colorado. There's a ton of Texan immigration going on over the last 3-4 years. We have expanded our reach. It's a little wild. The last 40 minutes of consolidation on Microsoft has my attention. That's what Jack just said. Let's go check it out. Good looks. Nice little move over the level. Been holding that level ever since. Alberta be called the Canadian Texas. Good, man. It's because we, you know, it doesn't matter with us, man. We just want to be on the frontier. It doesn't matter if it's north, south, east, west. We're just frontier folk, man. We ride horses into town, guns blazing. Alright. Back to talking normal. Price still up against this area after almost 25 minutes now. Again, they pushed up into here almost 25 minutes ago, hitting 442.50. Now they're just kind of stuck in this area. 442.50, 442.70 area. Very impressed with this pump too, because this doesn't just put us in the 3-day range. There's actually some really good room underneath price now. So even if they were to reverse $1.50, they're still in range of the last 3-day range, the previous 3-day range. Had that breakdown, now we're back in it. So good sign. Huge move too. I mean, look, like literally a couple days ago, 443, we dumped all the way to 437. We're already back just under 443 again. Go to the 15. This candle has about 7 minutes in it.
Let's look at some sectors. Tech doing great. Tech, healthcare, amazing recovery, back up to 130. Even though they're rejecting, it's just good that they recovered a good majority of that drop, because that helps out a lot of the sectors that did move up higher, like tech, financials. You can see discretionary moved higher. You can see even comms broke out of range even after their slow pace this early morning. So really, really good pace by bulls across the market. Does that make sense, guys? You guys understand when I'm going over sectors, you want to see multiple sectors moving in the same direction to really validate the strength of the move on SPY, instead of going to SPY and saying, oh, wow, SPY's doing a big breakout. You know, it's nice to know, oh, okay, 3 out of the top 5 sectors are doing good. 4 out of the top 5 sectors are doing good. That's really good extra added on information. It's a little bit more important than just saying, oh, it's going up. It's good to know what's moving it up. How many of its top 5 sectors are moving it up? Who here does not know the top 5 sectors? Jack. KVF. Y. C. Yeah. Oh, wait, I only asked for 5. That's right. I was like, wait, where's the I? You gonna keep going? No, good answer, good answer. Tech, healthcare, financials, discretionary, comms. You need to at least pay attention or understand those exist. I asked for 5 and I'm like sitting here waiting for you to drop more. Good math, Bueller, good math. Microsoft finally. I know you were waiting on that one. Ugh, I just realized I haven't had the 9 EMA on, and I just realized I don't want it on now. I was actually kind of enjoying without it on. Yeah, turn that back off. But I do miss my labels. Where did those go? Whatever.
Save grid as double chart. Yeah, refix that one. There we go. Bonus made some great percentages, Daffy and Leland. Good stuff, Mel. Daffy on fire. He's up 41.7%. If anybody took that play with him when he was mentioning it in here, he did take that play he mentioned in the YouTube stream and in Discord. And he's up over 40% on that. Round of applause for Daffy. Great idea on the trade for Tesla. Good job, Daffy. Apple's on fire. Pretty much went down, filled that gap, bouncing out of it. Apple could be a pretty decent swing too, just because they're holding a good bounce. You might have a case of some reset here, but pretty good probability they try to go at least touch that high or make a lower high. So you could at least look for that. That doesn't look too bad on the bigger time frames, but I'm not really looking here to call out a trade or anything. Just thought that was interesting that 200 is still very possible for that chart. 195 and 200 are still up in the air. Could definitely see those hitting before the end of the year. Shit, before summer ends, maybe. Tech pulling back, healthcare pulled back, banks pulled back, discretionary pulled back, comms pulled back. So even though none of them pulled back like a bunch, the fact they're all doing it at the same time is why you get this what looks like an aggressive pullback, but it's not. It's just every sector doing it at the same time. It's just timing. Perfectly stopping though, right there in our range here for SPY.
good to stretch. Make sure you stretch if you're sitting down. You don't want to sit down for too long. Alright, do y'all want the dubstep playlist now? We're in the last part of the day. Or do y'all like the lo-fi, no copyright stream playlist? They did wick it up after hitting that retest spot, so careful about that. I'm going to switch that to the 15, I think. Apple wicked up. AMD did pull back a decent amount. Microsoft and Apple didn't move a whole lot. Neither did Nvidia. That's three of your major tech stocks. Amazon, Tesla got a small pullback, nothing too crazy. And all your comm stocks, same story. So even though you got a pretty nasty red on SPY for a moment there, that really was just every sector working together. But it looks like a lot of your stronger sectors are still holding up very well. So we'll see if these retests end up getting another bounce. And then what you really want to question is if when it does get that bounce, does it make a new high or does it make a lower high here and then we end up just ranging for the rest of the day, or does that top out? You know, we'll have to see. IWM also was part of that pullback, as you could see. Energy up 3% today. Still wicking up on that 15-minute candle. I got 3 minutes on that candle. And then that will call for the last 2 hours and 15 minutes of the day. Man, today really did kind of zoom by. I remember that one week we had, it was consolidating the entire day and we just kind of talked through it and it felt really fast. But then that next week it was like slow and it was consolidating. And then this week we're getting really good movement. Been talking a bunch. You know, I'd say today's stream is just zooming by for both reasons. No. Yo, check this out. He said, funny you mentioned Rivian, driving around Brooklyn and spotted this. It's outside of a Rivian thing. Pretty cool. Insider info. 6 minutes behind. Yeah, I need to like put an arrow or something that like points to the bottom of the screen, say click to make sure you're live or something. Because yeah, that can definitely mess with people. Beautiful retest of the previously mentioned 341.27 on Microsoft. Good job, man. Just keeping up with the story of Microsoft, too, while you keep watching it move along. Man, still in that area, too. I do like that retest, though. Good looks. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep updating. It's really good practice for yourself, too. My UNH plan going. Hell yeah. That finally happened. Took forever. I actually kind of like UNH for calls. I hate to say it. Lead test SPX pooch. Oops, I need to do the today. I keep clicking that one. And damn, we got almost 90 likes on the stream today. That's impressive. Microsoft 341.25 is definitely the very important level for the second heaviest tech stock. Google just smacked our, look at that, we're 1 cent off. How dare we? How dare we be 1 cent off?
Actually, wait, what did I have drawn there? Oh, to the low. Okay, well, I'm gonna redo that. Yo, your SPX poots are paying, Mel. Ever since you said that, man, they've just been slowly grinding down. Pretty good target here, too, if you look. It's a good spot where they kind of stopped here. Slowed down, and then also if you extend it over, you'll see when they did dip and retake, that's where they needed to retake, was about right there around where that low is. So you are hitting a pretty good target. A good further target could be down here. I just wanted to point that out. I thought that was interesting. There you go, Mel. They flushed through it a little. Okay, hold up. Oh, that's so much better. Good job, Mel. Mel, what'd you get on that move so far? Or are you still just holding it all? I was just curious because I thought that was a good move so far. The speed, too, of this candle, really good flush. Yo, good job, Peoples. He got one as well. See, that's the power of that trade. Like, all I did was draw it, and you guys already knew what to do next. I didn't even do it. I was trying to chart Boeing. 220, 11. They're still trying to move lower. Let's see if they break that wick. So far, though, either way, really good movement for anybody in a same-day SPX move like that. Didn't break under that wick. Look at all that consolidation. That is insane. Hit 220. And even though they have pushed new lows here, they have failed to hold new lows. And just keep building base here. There is a ton of price action coming off of this area here. Let's go back and mark that fully. I don't always mark my actual levels on these zones. Oh, whoops. But I want to for these. All right, and then of this high, what was the reversal from? It was pretty much here. So short-term supply, everything else is bigger, supply and demand. Oh, new low of day, or not new low of day, but new recent low of this move.
basically made it to the meat of that move. If you're taking a majority of your profits here, that is very smart for anybody who took shorts from this area, just because this is the low of that move for the fib. Now the new thing to look out for is bears are going to want to break this. Bulls are going to want to try and base. So you might see them take a little bit longer than bears if they're going to base out and build this out. Bears looking to try and break it down. But good job, though, guys. Everybody just got to witness a retest. Again, Mel was pointing this out. I went to go draw it on the 5-minute, came back down to the 1-minute to watch it a little bit more closely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes later, basically making it to the meat of this move here. So good job if anybody was paying attention, but you just witnessed a retest live. Great job, everybody. It's always fun to look at those. And that's just the beginning of this move. Who knows? This could just be the beginning of the leg down. It could base out a little bit, break down further. Continue doing those, and man, you will have a lot of fun navigating. They're at that wick low. Alright, I'm done charting Boeing. I want to go back to a single chart now. There we go. Everything's back to normal now. It's nice having clean levels, a clean system, something that you understand, because then everything just falls into place more over time. Whereas when you're not following something consistent or something you understand at least a little bit, you're just going to get more frustrated over time because it'll just feel insane, feel random, feel chaotic. Hate that feeling. It's not even about being right or wrong at that point. It's just like, damn, can we stop with the chaos? Can we at least have some organized chaos? It's nice to at least have that system or routine in place. Let's go, peoples. Let's go. I'm so happy for you, man. I don't even know what you did yet, but I'm happy for you. Let's go, Mel. I see you, 50%.
53%. Let's go, Mel. I walk away for a few and it takes a dive. If you want SF, you can go back and review the live lead test we went over as well. Mel went into the YouTube stream and said lead test, and as soon as he did, I jumped over to the 5-minute, drew it, went down to the 1-minute, and just watched it ever since he said it. So if you want to go back and review that, you definitely can. But $400 drop. Love that alert with lead test, boss man. That was you, Mel. That was you, man. That was all you. I was honestly just following your lead, boss. I appreciate the awareness, and I love that you took profits. I love that you got out and you're not just sitting here waiting for more. I love that you got a really, really nice gain, and now you can review the chart, watch the chart, enjoy the rest of your day, you know, knowing you don't have to put yourself at risk again or anything like that, you know. Limit your downside because you've already gotten so much upside now. Good stuff. That was sexy. That was a very sexy drop. That is a drop I would also agree to calling sexy. Also, what else did we approach? You know, screw the whole Fibonacci aspect of things. What did we approach? We just approached the 3-day range again. This was that range that we were stuck in for 3 days. Broke down the other day. Look what we're trying to test on top of. Go back to our scratch pad. What did we just talk about today? So if they can close over this area above 441 and 441.50, everybody, what is this potentially telling us? Does anybody want to guess? The 3-day range is the range that we were stuck in for 3 days. And then we dropped out of it the other day. Today we're popping back up into it. So I'm just calling it the 3-day range, is like something quick and short to remember. Nobody wants to answer that? Come on, guys. We're just going over all of this. I'll cut to the chase. It means that we could be turning demand that was turned into supply that we broke. It could be turning that back into demand, an area where buyers are present. So as long as we hold 441 to 441.50s area on this time frame, we close. We end up holding above this on the daily. This is going to look really, really, really good for buyers going into the early part of next week. This gives them a really, really good early starting chance. Now, again, we do still have 2 hours before the close, so we could break this, completely invalidate it, and close out of that range. But at least we know that information. That this right here is very important depending how we close. Because if we close above this today, this can give higher probabilities for buyers to try and step back in to reach those recent highs again on the bigger time frames. If we end up cracking this, there's a very good chance we get a pullback on the smaller time frames, and then we can see if that'll affect us on the bigger if we crack under 438s, which we failed to do today. But we'll still have some control. Good job. Good answer. Retest, exactly. Y'all were scaring me there for a second. I go over this stuff because these are probably the things I get the most questions on. Everyone's always like, what do you mean by supply turning into demand and vice versa, or you know, whatever. And that's a basic to me. You know, if you're saying that to me and you're also saying that you've been trading for a little bit, that's a big red flag to me, because that's not even just something that we learn in here. That's just a basic of the stock market. You know, you should understand what invalidates a level or an area. You know, and that's what we've been going over for a majority of today's stream. So I hope you guys understand that. I hope you get into it a little bit more. Hopefully that clicks a little bit better for you. You know, a lot of you guys are really, really, really smart, so I don't think that'll be an issue. Apple's still breaking down. AMD I mean, it's trying to base in the short-term drop, but they're not looking too hot either. Microsoft dumping. Nvidia still holding up very well. They're in the 430s now. Amazon pulled back as well. Tesla making lower highs against their support at 278. I mean, sorry, lower highs against the resistance of high of day. The hell am I saying? Google, Meadows, wow. Oh, whoa, 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 what's going on here? Netflix, Google just kind of chilling, even pulling back some. Meta getting a new high of day, pushing. Good job, Mel. Thank you for going into chat and posting that, man. The second one of the day, because you called out this one, Mel. Remember we went over this one? Which, again, was a little quick, so I wouldn't blame people for missing this one. But this one, I feel like, gave a lot of people time. And both in good areas. This one rejecting 442.50 to 442.70 area. And then this one, it did push above, but it came back down into that previous day's supply. So that was a really good area as well. So you've actually called out 2 of those today, Mel. Good job. Round of applause for Mel. Respect where it's due, man. But you see, Mel, this is the difference between you and a majority of people. And this will sometimes include people from our own chat, you know? People are just lazy. They don't look for these kinds of entries and whatever, you know, if they want to go on their own adventure and learn their own way, that's up to them, man. That really is. I'm not going to get in anyone's way. But we have a system in place. We have a routine. So if you're going to be here, you got to play ball, you know? So I'm glad to see you playing ball. I'm glad to see you working on it. And you could tell the growth you've had. You know, everyone wants to be like Mel, but nobody wants to take the same resources Mel's using. It's hilarious. So I'm very happy for you, Mel, because, again, you're working your ass off, and I see it every week. Very happy for you. You deserve it. Because you take the time to actually look at the stuff, to actually go through it, to review it, to mental trade, to visualize. You're not lazy. I like that. Trader of the month, front runner. My second trade was also 80%, close to 100%. Hey, hell yeah. You earned it though, man, because you visualize these entries so much. I bet you see them in your sleep. So I bet when you see them on the chart, it's almost like no hesitation or thinking involved. You got 2 inside candles in a row on the 5-minute for SPY here after they're trying to hold above what was old demand broken below, and now you see bulls trying to hold on top again. Very crucial test going into the last 2 hours of today on SPY. Again, guys, and I'm going to go repost this right now on my bot. This is probably the last thing I'll post today on my bot, but main focus for the rest of today is to see where these guys close around. Here, I'll tell you this. For rest of today, there we go. I shared the link too. I've been sharing the link every single time because I don't want people to come back and be like, hey man, I haven't had your same levels or charts, blah blah blah. Well, there you go. I got you the link. Who's all still alive in the stream? I will go cut up those videos later that were from the stream later, so you guys can have them in a shorter, form, not having to go back into the stream. But I'll have to do that after the stream's over, of course. I'll do that later.
A pretty big difference, Ace. You'll pay a lot more and you'll get a little bit less of a move, which you're probably already like, but it's not sizable enough though where you're like, oh, F this. But I feel like what will stop you from doing that more on certain chains is the fact that you're paying so much more. So I guess it really depends on what ticker you're doing. You know, SPX cases, you would never do that because it would just cost too much. You'd probably do that on SPY or something with not as crazy cost a premium. But I sometimes do that. Like if I feel like SPX is just like way too much money, or I don't like the position I'm taking with how much I'm having to spend for SPX, and I'll just go to SPY, and I'll spend that extra money on that chain because then I'm not spending, $9,000 for 3 days out, and I can still take the maybe not as passive trade, but not as crazy trade, as I wanted to. But now it's a little bit more cost effective because I'm not taking it on as an as crazy chain. So I guess your question is really relative to what chain we're talking about. Because my brain goes straight to SPX SPY, and that's kind of the two big differences between those when I think about that too. Because in some trade cases, you're like, I kind of want to buy more time, but it's not necessarily because I think I'm going to hold this longer. I want a stronger contract, in some cases. It isn't even necessarily because I'm not trying to day trade. It's just, no, I would prefer to have a nicer contract. And I'm sure you're wondering the same thing or wanting the same thing. So I definitely feel that one. I typically go for more days than even that when I do some day trade. Like sometimes I do like 5 days, sometimes I do 10 days out, or 14, sorry, for SPY day trades, just because it's like whatever. Like I'd rather spend the money and have a stronger contract that can take hits and isn't scaring me as much, in terms of like, do I need to exit or not, and it definitely does give you an added confidence, but at the same time you are adding more risk. So it's up to you, but there is a big difference. But like on SPX, like I said, if you do 3 days difference, there's a huge difference. SPY, not as much of a marginable difference as there would be on SPX. SPX not even worth doing that kind of talk, but SPY definitely. The heck? Theta scares me in 0TT, but will come with practice. 100%. No, it's you really do have to be in and out. Like if you're taking 0TTs, these need to be scalps. You can't just be sitting in that shit. I also don't recommend averaging in. I don't agree with averaging down, averaging in. I don't agree with any of that. I don't think scaling into risk has any sense to it when you're doing 0TTE scalping. So definitely don't ever do that. In my history, at least, that's one of my rules. Microsoft dying. I know. I think it's mainly because of SPY, dude. I mean, if you go to your top sectors here, tech's not really doing much. Healthcare pulled back more, not doing much. Banks really don't do much. Discretionary comms doing pretty similar. Again, not doing much. After that dip, everything's just kind of like cooling off, trying to get its footing. It's like 50-50 if it wants to like actually test the low of this and dump through, or does it just want to test this and get a good bounce going? We'll see. Again, last hour, 44 minutes of the day. The power of level confirmation and confidence is what did it. Good stuff, Mel. I'm really glad you're using what's in front of you for your plays now. Not, you know, not just like, oh, I want to make money, this amount of money here. Though I like that you're like, oh, there's like 3 things lining up here. I would be stupid not to enter this. I love that you're like talking like that. I love that. It's all like ideal situations. It's stacking confirmations, adding on to your confidence, increasing probability. It has nothing to do with luck or guessing. It's about stacking what's against you, or stacking what's in front of you for you, not against you. Sorry. Came out very wrong. But man, I love that, man. Good stuff. I see, Mel, remember that big break you took where you weren't taking any trades at all and you were like making yourself not touch anything? Like, he really reminded me of like I don't know, this is probably childish, but this is what Mel reminded me of. If you guys have ever seen a very stupid show, if I can get the right picture. Right here. I gotta go to off topic, post it in there. I gotta lead by example. But this is what Mel reminded me of, was Robot Chicken, when he wasn't taking his trades, like strapping him down in a chair, making him just focus on the charts, like not doing anything, just mentally adapting, mentally growing, getting a really good refresher from not taking actual trades, you know, just kind of taking things super slow, trying to get back into things slowly, step by step. Really, I liked it. And look at him now. And now he's literally just only taking the best setups because he's limited himself. He understands, oh wow, like what's the point of taking these not as clean trades or not as high probability trades when I could be limiting myself to a smaller amount of trades but taking higher quality trades. So I like that. Round of applause for Mel. Seriously, dude. That's seriously, that right there alone is a sign of growth. Even if you haven't seen it in your balance yet or in your trading yet, like you already have grown. That already there is growth. Because you've already changed how you think, how your mind works, your mindset. That is everything. Exactly. So if you lose, it's all good because you understand, oh, wow, you know, okay, it pulled back. That happens. I get it. Because you understand that that's a very likely, I mean, it's a scenario, you know, in which happens even in the highest probability of trades. But if you're only taking high probability trades, you don't feel as bad about it because you're like, well, at least I took my chances on a very, very good spot of the chart. I love the patterns with positioning. I put my risk here. I liked my stop here. I like the targets here. I scaled it, blah, blah, blah. You know, whatever it is. Whatever you planned beforehand. You know, that's where the value is. The reasoning. Everything. That's really the meat of it all. But seriously, man, I'm really happy for you. And I'm not trying to, like, hype you up or anything. I still want to see you work hard. I still want to see you kick ass. But good growth so far, man. Keep it up. Keep that pace. Everything looks like a bear flag, I'm not gonna lie. That looks like a bear flag. That looks like a bear flag. It's crazy how well the comm sector are holding up. Meta instantly denying that new high. They really got that new pump out of nowhere and then we're like, nope, psych. Get back down here. I've been meaning to look at Square more for like watch lists and stuff. But how have the lessons and advice and I mean I don't even know what to call it, to be honest with you. I'm not trying to sound like that, but how's all the information given out today? How has it been? How's all the whatever been today?
See you later, Jack. And again, just a reminder, I will go back some point today. They won't be uploaded today. I'll try to get them all done though. But the 3 different video, I want to go back in the stream, and I wanted to cut out this part and then that lead test, put that into one video, and then I wanted to break out the part of the video where we were talking about where was that? The supply demand, the retest, the types of retest, of course, the just kind of the, I don't know, I guess the thought process behind what retest you should see at what breakout, what number of break, you know, that kind of thinking. So I'll just kind of add that into there. Again, this is more of like a next level kind of conversation. I'm not trying to sound like smart or anything. I'm definitely not trying to sound like that at all. But I just more mean like someone who's more past the basics of our community, like how we chart, the types of strategies we use, you know, and if you're comfortable with all that and how we trade them, I think this is a good conversation for you to dip back into on your own and go review some. So, and we'll get back into that again. So I'll have that video up soon. Maybe I'll add a couple snippets into either both of them, so there's a little bit more there new. We'll see. But I want to have those 2 videos done before next week, so I can have those up for y'all on whatever days. Oh yeah, the pre-market. I keep forgetting we even did that today, to be honest. Thank you, David, for saying that. Yeah, the pre-market, it kind of felt good. Again, I kind of was like being honest with you guys this morning. It was like I just want to like be quiet and just focus on making my list real quick so I can get it done ASAP. And then I still ranted and talked a shit ton. So it was a really good informational pre-market. Good, you know, good sight into like the thought process behind making the list every single day, because I do post a daily list every day for at least SPY, and then I try to do a couple tickers every day, like at least 2, and then some days I do more than that. I think today I had like 4. Yeah, that was a nice trade, David. I like that, because I mean, think about it, you know, if you go back to these videos, I'll show you. I like that you just said that. That's good. But if you go back to these videos, this fib video right here, and this fib video right here, both of these, you'll notice it's just talking about validation and invalidation of Fibonacci levels, right? Based on what a breakout or a retest, you know, whatever you're looking at that time, use your fib, and then, you know, again in those videos, breakouts, breaks down what is a invalidation, what is a validation, you know, what's working, what's not working, basically, who has control where. And you literally did that, you know, and it's not like the right way of, I mean, I'm not gonna say the right or wrong way. It's not really the right way to say that to you. It's not really like the passive way of thinking about things, but you were aggressive on that, and I liked it. I like that you did that, because it's really funny that you literally did it. You know, you literally did the invalidation that we were just talking about. So I like that you took the chance on it. Big learning experience for you, so that was kick-ass. There was some worry about a double top, but those time frames look good. Yeah, that was nice. I mean, you're basically playing the invalidation of a bearish move. I mean, you were basically betting on the fact that bulls will continue to hold the golden pocket in control point. That was basically what you traded off of. You know, of course, that high, that was really close. You know, that had to have been first target, but whatever. Right past that, there were some really good targets that had a little bit more distance to them. So I see why you had multiple, giving yourself a good chance to at least make it to those. And if not, then you had to cut it, and then you probably would end up having a small green or almost break even trade even. But you did good, man. I'm proud of you. That was good. Jesus, Mel, that is some madman math, let me tell you. Good stuff, though, man. Glad to see you guys are so hyped. Glad to see a lot of you guys consuming the info, going through it.
All right, well, I'm getting kind of a headache, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of just want to like get off, close my charts. So I think I am gonna end a full day Friday stream an hour and a half early for once. I don't think I've ever done this. Please don't shoot me in the street. But overall, I think this has been a pretty crazy week. You guys did a crazy amount of stuff this week in terms of learning, picking up on some of the info, all the new videos. But please go through some of the recent content on the channel. If you're new here, look for workshop number 11. That is the video you need to get to. There's also a one-on-one video that was just posted, so please check that out. Amazing video, or amazing content in that video. A lot of good lessons, basics and stuff. After I'm done later on today, I will go back and cut those 2 videos up today that I was just talking to you guys about, so make sure those are ready for you next week, and then we'll be all good. But again, sorry I'm cutting the stream early. I really do apologize for that. I will see you guys later on. Thank you guys for being here. I really do appreciate everyone's support. Please tune into the Discord if you want to catch more updates or any info. I'm sure a lot of the guys will go jump into there and talk about some things. But yeah, again, please have a great weekend, guys. Please get a refresher, get off this stuff for the weekend, and then on Sunday, we'll come back at it. You know, I'll have the video up, we'll get our charts reloaded, and all that good stuff. So we'll get refreshed. But take your weekend off, and yeah, have a great rest of your day.